Chapter 1737 Assimilating the Ancient Sage Blood Rise. With a wave of his hand, the infernal black saber fell into Zhongxian's hand. He immediately felt the destructive energy harnessed within it. Before, he would need to resort to all kinds of means in order to defeat a sempiternal realm consummation expert. However, with the infernal black saber in his grasp, he would be able to easily slay dozens of sempiternal realm consummation experts with just a simple slash. Even though there was only a realm of difference between ancient sage and sempiternal realm, the gap between the two realms was as great as the distance between the heavens and the earth. This difference was not something that could be breached with just quantity. I'll finally be able to protect myself from other ancient sages now. Zhongxian's eyes lit up in agitation. Even though the golden page did grant him the ability to kill other ancient sages, it had its limitations too. For example, if old geezer Yu had continued hiding quietly, he would have been unable to do anything about the other party even if he had the golden page in mind. However, the situation was completely different now that the infernal black saber had reached ancient sage. If old geezer Yu made a move on him again, the infernal black saber would surely be able to trace the origin of his aura and injure him. That was also how the old ancestor of the Zhong clan managed to drive old geezer Yu away. This was another invaluable trump card in his possession. If he used it together with the otherworldly demon ancient sage corpse, he would be able to kill other ancient sages in a surprise assault. He was no longer as reliant on the golden page as he was before. All right, you should reinforce your cultivation, Zhongxian instructed. The infernal black saber nodded, and it began flitting into the distance to find a quiet spot to cultivate. However, before it could get far, it ran into the dragonbone divine spear, which was making its way over. It hurriedly bowed respectfully to the latter before going on its way. It was only after reaching ancient sage that the infernal black saber realized just how powerful the seal placed on the dragonbone divine spear was. Once its seal was released, there was no doubt that it would not stand a chance at all against the dragonbone divine spear. Xian'er, your spear. Upon seeing this sight, Sword Saint Xing widened his eyes in astonishment. The hierarchy among artifacts was extremely straightforward. They would only bow to artifacts stronger to them. If the infernal black saber had paid its respects to the dragonbone divine spear, did it not mean that the latter was even stronger than an ancient sage artifact? He knew that the dragonbone divine spear was no ordinary power, but he was not too sure just how powerful it was. It's nothing much. It's just another minor fortuitous encounter, Zhongxian explained with a smile. It's just another small fortuitous encounter. Sword Saint Xing staggered on the spot and nearly broke down. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding as to what minor fortuitous encounter means? If your dragonbone divine spear, infernal black saber, and all those great sage artifacts you have are only minor fortuitous encounters, what in the world could be called a major fortuitous encounter? Wait here for a moment. I'll go tame this painting. Without explaining himself, Zhongxian quickly made his way toward a certain direction. Not too long later, he arrived before a cave. With a simple grasp, a scroll appeared in his hand. It was the original painting of the canvas of 4 seasons. He had found the painting while threading his soul energy together to extend it as far as he could. With a few taps, the painting swiftly acknowledged him as its master, and he stowed it into his storage ring. Hula! With a jolt, the Xingmeng sword saints suddenly found themselves returning to the hall. They instinctively turned their sights toward where the painting had been placed previously, only to find that it had completely disappeared from sight. A short moment later, Zhongxian also left the painting and materialized on the spot. Do you want to cultivate here or follow me? The greatest treasure in the Hall of Great Accomplishment was the canvas of 4 seasons. However, the sculptures of the 72 sages, the rich spiritual energy, and the inscriptions on the walls were all invaluable resources for cultivation as well. They would be able to advance their cultivation tenfold faster in the hall than anywhere else. The Xingmeng sword saints glanced at one another before shaking their heads in unison. We won't be following you anymore. It's peaceful here, and it's a good opportunity for us to cultivate our souls and state of mind, as well as to assimilate the ancient sage blood. We'll try to achieve a breakthrough here. They had realized that they would only be a burden to their son if they followed him with their current strength. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to remain in the Hall of Great Accomplishment and cultivate. If they could achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, they might still be able to continue supporting their son in his endeavors. I'll remain here, too, Hu Yarou said. She had only recently achieved a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm, and she would be even more of a burden if she insisted on following Zhongshen around. Zhao Wei stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I'll follow you. I know where they took Wei Ruyan and Yuan Dao." Yuan. Zhongshen nodded. He pondered for a moment before flicking his finger, sending a droplet of ancient sage blood toward Zhao Wei. Absorb this droplet of blood first. Many dangers lay ahead of them. Even though every droplet of ancient sage blood was an invaluable treasure, there was nothing more important to him than his student's safety. Yes. Zhao Wei quickly sat down and absorbed the droplet of blood into her body. Power flurried through her body, but in less than 10 minutes, she stood up once more with brilliant light shining from her eyes. Have you managed to assimilate the ancient sage blood? Zhongshen asked in astonishment. The reason for him being able to assimilate the blood swiftly was because the blood from the old ancestor had originated from him. However, why was Zhao Wei able to do it so quickly as well? Yes, teacher. Zhao Wei nodded. After you reconstructed my meridians, I realized that I am able to convert any energy into my zhenqi swiftly. Even though the droplet of blood harnesses a lot of energy, it still doesn't pose too much of a problem for me to assimilate it. Meridians? Zhongshen frowned. He tapped his finger and sent a surge of zhenqi into Zhao Wei's body to check on her condition. It seemed like after the alteration in Zhao Wei's meridians, her ability to assimilate energy into her body had become far stronger than other cultivators. In that respect, even Zhongshen would pale in comparison to her. Then again, considering how her meridian network was even more rational than that of an ancient sage, it was no wonder that she had been able to assimilate ancient sage blood so swiftly. Let's go. The fact that Zhao Wei had assimilated the ancient sage blood meant that she, at the very least, had a life preservation method if anything bad happened. Bidding farewell to his parents, Zhongshen began making his way out of the Hall of Great Accomplishment together with Zhao Wei. Looking at the departing duo, a bitter smile crept onto Sword Saint Xing's face as he remarked, "He might be my son, but I have to say that he and his students are really overpowered. Just to assimilate a droplet of ancient sage blood, they had to store it in their dantian and absorb it bit by bit over a month or so. On the other hand, those two were actually able to assimilate it into their bodies within moments. This was truly an inconceivable feat. We need to work much harder as well. Otherwise, if our son and his students surpass us, we won't be able to maintain our dignity as elders before them," Sword Saint Meng said. Indeed, indeed. Sword Saint Xing nodded. The two of them sat down on the floor and began cultivating. "Old ancestor, you have to redress our grievances." Outside the Hall of Great Accomplishment, the 8 youths who had been driven out were crying with snot and tears dripping down their faces. They had dedicated much time and effort to preparing for the expedition before they were finally able to get into the Hall of Great Accomplishment. They had never expected that they would be viciously pummeled before being thrown out of the subordinate hall before they could acquire anything at all. "You can only blame yourselves for your lack of strength," the hidden ancient sage remarked with a hint of resignation in his tone. "It's not that we are weak, but that fellow has tamed so many beasts and powerful artifact. If not for those, there's no way that he would have been a match for us." One of the youths gritted his teeth hatefully. What was great about that fellow? All he had were his tamed beasts and artifacts. Without those two, there was no way that he would have stood a chance against them. "That's right. Old ancestor, we beseech you to create a chance for us to have a fair duel with him. If he's able to defeat us without those external aids, we'll willingly admit our defeat." The other youths quickly nodded in agreement. The old ancestor was silent for a moment before speaking up once more. "Brother Hongtian, my descendants would like to have a fair duel with your descendant. Will you grant me this favor? Feel free to discuss any arrangements with my descendant. Rest assured, as long as you don't resort to anything unprincipled, I don't intend to intervene in his matters," the old ancestor of the Zhong clan said. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. While Zhongxian and the others had entered the Hall of Great Accomplishment, he had remained hidden in the vicinity. That's a relief. The old ancestor of the 100 Schools of Philosophers replied. Chapter 1738, Assaulting an Ancient Sage Who. The seal of the Hall of Great Accomplishment glowed, and Zhongxian and Zhao Wei flew out. Where do you think you're going? The 8 youths with a couple of others from the 100 Schools of Philosophers swiftly surrounded the two of them as soon as they appeared. What? Do you still want a pummeling? Zhongxian harumphed coldly. He had already spared their lives, but they did not know gratitude. Did they really think that he was a pushover? We want a fair duel with you, one-on-one. You aren't allowed to your weapons or tamed beasts. Do you dare take up our challenge? One of the youths spat coldly. Fair duel? What are the stakes then? Zhongxian shot a nonchalant glance at the youth. Without any stakes involved, he could not be bothered to waste his time fighting a meaningless battle with this crowd. Before the youth could reply, the voice of the ancient sage sounded in the air. Earlier, Brother Hongtian gave you 5 droplets of ancient sage blood. If you are able to win the duel with them, I'll also offer you 5 droplets of ancient sage blood as the wager. This is the stake that we are willing to offer. What do you have to offer us then? What do I have to offer? Zhongxian pondered for a moment before saying, I can spare their lives. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The ancient sage suddenly felt an uncomfortable throbbing in his heart. In the first place, it's uncertain who will win in the duel. Furthermore, I have offered you 5 droplets of ancient sage blood, but is this really all you have to offer me? Are you that certain that you'll be able to win? If you lose to us, you have to hand over the canvas of 4 seasons. Indeed, you have to bring out the canvas of 4 seasons as your wager, the other youths shouted vehemently. However, before they could finish their piece, they found Zhongxian looking at them with a gaze that seemed as though he was looking at fools. Are you dreaming? Do you think those few droplets of blood from your old ancestor are worth me bringing out the canvas of 4 seasons as a wager? Then. Your wager won't work either. If you lose the duel, we will have nothing to gain from the battle. The crowd from the 100 Schools of Philosophers protested furiously. The ancient sage from the 100 Schools of Philosophers felt even more stifled than before. That isn't any of my business, is it? It's not as if I'm really interested in having this duel with you. If you don't want to battle me, we can always call the duel off, Zhongxian uttered as he stretched his back lazily. He had not intended to duel with those from the 100 Schools of Philosophers in the first place, so it was not as if it would hurt him dearly not to have the duel. How about this? We'll bet 5 droplets of blood for an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough in your canvas of 4 seasons, the ancient sage from the 100 Schools of Philosophers suggested. That wager does sound fair to me, but I'm only at Aureate Body Realm Consummation, whereas your descendants are all Sempiternal Realm Consummation cultivators. There are 2 realms of difference between us, so isn't it extremely disadvantageous for me to be unable to use my artifacts and tamed beasts? Zhongxian said. I'll have them lower their cultivation to your level, the ancient sage from the 100 Schools of Philosophers replied. It was indeed unfair for them to impose so many restrictions on the other party and yet send cultivators of higher realms against him. That would be great. Let's begin then. Zhongxian nodded before taking a step forward. With a light chuckle, he remarked, so that we don't waste each other's time, you may come at me together. However, if you come at me all at once, I might not be able to hold myself back. I'll have to ask for your pardon if a couple of you lose your lives in the process. You want to kill us? Try it then, one of the youths sneered coldly. He suppressed his cultivation down to Aureate Body Realm Consummation before charging toward Zhongxian, making the first move. Using some mysterious secret art, the movement of the youth became extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, the youth had already arrived before Zhongxian, and his palm struck diagonally down toward Zhongxian's head. In that instant, the youth thought that he had already gotten Zhongxian for good, but before his palm could connect, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation in his chest as air gushed out of his lungs. Turning his eyes downward, he found that the other party's palm had already sunk right into his chest. Peng! The youth flew into the distance before he crashed wretchedly on the floor, coughing out huge mouthfuls of blood. To his astonishment, he could not even discern how Zhongxian had made a move on him at all. It was as if the other party's palm had simply teleported right in front of him. "Come at me together. There's no way any of you stand a chance against me in a one-on-one." Zhongxian shot a glance at the remaining youths. "Let's get him together." The crowd had seen the earlier exchange, and they realized that the other party's fighting prowess was far greater than theirs in the same cultivation realm. There was no way that they could possibly hope to defeat him alone. Without hesitating for long, they nodded at one another before charging at the other party simultaneously. Peng 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 peng. Before the crowd could even reach Zhongxian, the person in question had already charged right into them. As if a tiger around a pack of lambs, there was not a single person who was able to withstand a blow from him. They were the top geniuses from the 100 schools of philosophers, and they had prided themselves on their superior fighting prowess against their peers. Yet, before the young man before them, the strength that they were so confident of was so laughably pathetic that it seemed as if they were little kids parading before an adult. How could he be so powerful? Witnessing this scene, the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers could swiftly tell that his descendants had lost the battle. Even though the other party was only at Aureate body realm consummation, his true fighting prowess was already on par with sempiternal realm cultivators. Of the entire 100 schools of philosophers, the only one known to possess such superior capability was Kong Shiyao. Watching the battle a little longer, it was painfully apparent that even in a group battle, they were not close to being a match for Zhongxian. As much as he did not want to admit it, the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers still sighed deeply and advised, "You aren't a match for him. Admit defeat." However, barely after he spoke those words, an unexpected situation occurred. Under the relentless assault from the group from the 100 schools of philosophers, Zhongxian accidentally made a fatal mistake, leaving him open for a brief moment. One of the youths keenly noticed this opportunity and pierced his finger toward Zhongxian's blind spot. In the face of this unexpected crisis, perhaps it was because Zhongxian thought that it was too late for him to avoid the attack, he lifted his palm to strike the youth's head instead. This was a move of mutually assured destruction. The youth might be able to pierce his finger through Zhongxian's heart, but he would also have his head smashed to bits by the latter and die on the spot. More importantly, judging from the frightening momentum of the duo's movements, it was already too late for them to retract their attacks. "Halt!" the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers roared anxiously. A powerful surge of energy swiftly shrouded the entire area, sealing the surrounding space. It seemed like the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers had decided to make a move in order to prevent a tragedy from happening. However, a moment after he released his energy, the young man below, who was moments away from having his heart pierced, suddenly moved in an awkward trajectory and mysteriously avoided the deadly move. Following which, a saber materialized in his palm. Voila! To the astonishment of the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers, the target of the saber was not his descendants but him. That is, an ancient sage weapon. The ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers narrowed his eyes in shock. He did not think that the young man would intentionally reveal a flaw just to lure him into making a move and confirm his location. He immediately attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The saber had wrapped its aura around him, keeping him firmly in place. Pooha! A sharp glint flashed across the air, and fresh blood spurted in the air. "Ha ha! You have my deepest gratitude for your generosity." Zhongxian chuckled softly as he swiftly caught all of the blood with a gourd that he had prepared. All in all, there were over 20 droplets of blood. Those 5 droplets of ancient sage blood were no longer enough for him to make a move. From the very start, this was what he was aiming for. The ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers had been polite to him on the surface, but he had overlooked the despicable actions committed by his descendants, turning a blind eye as they kidnapped his students and made use of them for their own gain. Not only so, he had even used his powers to suppress him so as to stop him from getting to Zhao Ya. There was no way that he would miss an opportunity to get even with the other party. Having lost too much blood, The face of the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers paled from frailty. Infuriated by the sudden assault, he was just about to make a move when he suddenly felt an imposing aura raging by the side. It was the old ancestor of the Zhong clan, Zhong Hongtian, warning him against making a move on his descendant. Knowing that he could not afford to fight with Zhong Hongtian at the moment, he suppressed his raging fury and held himself back. To think that an ancient sage like him had actually been fooled by an aureate body realm brat, even suffering injuries in the process. Such a thing was completely unthinkable. The young head of the Zhong clan sure is a remarkable figure. I am impressed. Our 100 schools of philosophers admit our loss. Farewell. Hula. With a powerful gale, the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers swiftly pulled his descendants back to his side before turning around, preparing to leave the area. Wait a moment. Where are the 5 droplets of ancient sage blood that you promised me for losing the challenge? Are you intending to renege on your promise? Zhong Xian shouted after the ancient sage. The ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers staggered upon hearing those words. He nearly spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his chest, he flicked a jade bottle over before leaving decisively. He was afraid that he would be choked to death if he continued conversing with the young man. Chapter 1739 Poison Dimension. That's more like it. Catching the jade bottle, Zhong Xian nodded in satisfaction. Those who wanted to force him into a duel had to pay a corresponding price for their actions. Not even ancient sages would be an exception to that rule. Your saber's made a breakthrough to ancient sage, has it? The old ancestor of the Zhong clan asked in shock. He could hardly believe what he had just seen. Zhong Xian nodded affirmatively. Great. That's great. There was a brief moment of silence before the old ancestor of the Zhong clan burst into hearty laughter. Over the years, he had been single-handedly propping the Zhong clan up, and it was extremely tiring for him. He knew that if he passed away, the Zhong clan would swiftly fall into decline, and that was not something that he was willing to see. However, the breakthrough of that saber meant that the Zhong clan had another ancient sage to rely on. Furthermore, the lifespan of an artifact was far longer than a human's. There was no doubt that its existence would ensure the safety of the Zhong clan for a very long time. I still have some students who are in the hands of the 100 schools of philosophers, so I'll be taking my leave. Zhong Xian clasped his fist. With the departure of the ancient sages of the 100 schools of philosophers and otherworldly demonic tribe, there was nothing else that could pose a threat to them there. Go on. The old ancestor of the Zhong clan waved his hand. If not for the interference of the old ancestor from the Zhong clan, his earlier assault would not have succeeded. In the worst-case scenario, he might have even died to the otherworldly demon ancient sage earlier. Thus, he bowed deeply to the old ancestor of the Zhong clan before prompting Zhao Wei to lead the way ahead. The two of them flew an extremely long distance, and it was not until the Hall of Great Accomplishment was nothing but a blur in the scenery that Zhao Wei finally came to a halt. I entered this space with the 100 schools of philosophers from here, Zhao Wei said. Taking a look, Zhong Xian realized that this was the place where he and Hu Yarou had entered from. It seemed like it was the same for the others as well. Break. Zhong Xian had only managed to arrive in the exteriors of the Hall of Great Accomplishment through the offerings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, which had opened a spatial passageway there. However, with the infernal blacksaber upgraded to ancient sage tier, he did not have to depend on such elaborate techniques anymore. Voila! With a slash of the infernal blacksaber, a black rift appeared in midair. Zhong Xian pulled Zhao Wei and leaped right into the black rift. The next moment, the two of them returned to the dimension of 4 seasons. However, what that stood before him was no longer a field of snow. Flowers had bloomed amid verdant greenery, replacing the monotonous whiteness from before. If not for the fact that the introspective convalescence realm elder was still in the area, he would have wondered if he had entered another world. Having been in this dimension before, it did not take him too long to find the exit to the world. The duo swiftly dived through the spatial seal to enter the next dimension. Before they knew it, they found themselves standing in the midst of a mountain forest filled with miasma. Zhao Wei took a look at the surrounding environment. Wei Ruyan is likely to be in the subordinate hall corresponding to this dimension. Zhongxian nodded in agreement. He flicked his wrist, and a pill appeared on his palm. Swallow this. All right. Zhao Wei popped the pill into her mouth before asking doubtfully, Teacher, is this an antidote? The air and water here are poisonous. Monitor your condition and be careful. Zhongxian explained. Due to his innate fetal poison, he had devoted a fair portion of his time to studying poison. With a glance, he could tell that the mountain forest was not as simple as it seemed. Despite the silence drifting in the area, there were no formidable beasts that posed a threat. The truth was that the entire area was suffused with lethal poison that would callously suffocate the unwary. Following closely behind her teacher, Zhao Wei asked, Teacher, what do we do now? Let's find the exit of this dimension for the time being. If my guess is correct, the location of the subordinate hall should be directly above the exit, Zhongxian said. Having gone through a couple of dimensions, he was already fairly well versed in the rules. He randomly picked a direction with his dragonbone divine spear, confounding Zhao Wei in the process, before trudging off in the chosen direction. There were venomous scorpions and snakes all over the jungle, but as one who possessed the heaven's pathshanchi, Zhongxian did not fear them. They carried on ahead without facing much danger. After traveling for roughly an hour, they encountered a group of master teachers whose faces had turned frighteningly pale. It was apparent that they had been poisoned. Zhongxian gave them a couple of pills infused with heaven's pathshanchi to cure them of their poison. Following which, he asked them a few questions to determine the approximate location of the exit before rushing over. This should be it. Roughly 2 hours later, the duo finally halted right before a medium-sized pond. This seems to be nothing more than an ordinary pond. Teacher, why do you think that this is the exit? Zhao Wei asked doubtfully. She had also heard the answers provided by the group of master teachers, but even they had been oblivious to the true location of the exit. How could her teacher be so certain about the matter? That's simple. Without bothering to explain himself, Zhongxian swiped his hand through the air and grabbed an ant in between his fingertips. This ant was crimson in color, and it was roughly the size of a bean. With just a glance, it was clear that it was an extremely venomous creature. With a light chuckle, Zhongxian placed the ant on the back of his hand. Pooha! Without any hesitation, the ant bit through Zhongxian's skin, injecting venom right into his bloodstream. At the same time, Zhongxian did not use his heaven's pathshanchi to neutralize the poison, allowing it to spread freely through his body instead. In the blink of an eye, the back of his hand had already started turning black, and blisters were starting to form here and there. Teacher, find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Not understanding the intentions behind her teacher's actions, Zhao Wei panicked. She could tell that the venom that had just been injected into her teacher's body was deadly. If it made its way toward her teacher's heart through the bloodstream, that could result in instantaneous death. Calm down, there's no need to worry, Zhongxian said calmly. With a casual wave of his hand, the water in the pond splashed into the air and scattered over his wound. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. It was as if the lethal poison on the back of his hand had encountered its nemesis. White smoke rose into the air, and the blackness and blisters from before swiftly retreated. Before long, his hand had reverted to its original state, as if it had never been poisoned before. This. Zhao Wei was taken aback. Is the water in this pond actually an antidote? That's right. Zhongxian nodded. As treacherous as these dimensions seem, Kongsha left them behind in order to test the future generations to see if they are qualified to inherit his treasures. His aim was never to cause meaningless death. As such, there was bound to be an antidote of some kind near the exit. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to leave his heritage behind, only to have no one alive to inherit it. Zhao Wei nodded in realization. I asked the previous group of master teachers that we encountered earlier where the most dangerous location, the place that has the greatest number of venomous creatures, is in this dimension. They pointed me toward here. The cultivation technique that Kongsha practices emphasizes the harmony of nature. Where there is yin, yang is bound to exist as well. Wherever the density of venomous creatures is the greatest, it's likely to be where the antidote lies. That's why I was certain that this is where the exit lies, Zhongxian said confidently. He knew that it was impossible for the group of master teachers that he had encountered previously to know where the exit was. If they knew, they would have escaped from the poison dimension instead of wandering helplessly around the area. While they did not know where the exit was, in the long period of time that they had spent there, they should have gotten a rough idea of where the more treacherous terrain was. After they made their way there, the first thing that Zhongxian realized was that there were no venomous creatures around the perimeter of the pond. That was more than enough to back up his deduction. Realizing that they were right before the exit, Zhao Wei asked, "Teacher, should we tear a dimension rift right now to save Ruyan?" Based on what her teacher had said, the subordinate hall where Wei Ruyan had been taken to was likely right above the pond. "We are going to save her, but before that, there's one more thing that we have to do. Wait here for me while I go into the pond to take a look." The fact that the antidote that neutralizes the poison from the venomous creatures in this dimension can be found within the pond means that the crux to the dimension is likely to be in there as well. "We'll have to grab that first," Zhongxian said. The crux of the forest dimension was the 5 monarchs. In the desert dimension, it was the berserk yellows and wood. In the dimension of 4 seasons, it was the crystal. There was little doubt that something similar could be found in the poison dimension as well. Like the crystal, it was likely to be an artifact that would play a crucial role in whatever they encountered within the subordinate hall. In any case, it was always better to be prepared. After saying those words, Zhongxian leaped right into the clear pond without any hesitation. Chapter 1740 Fishing. With a depth of around 10 meters, the pond was not too deep. Beyond that was where the spatial seal that led to the next dimension lay. Instead of entering the spatial seal, Zhongxian chose to swim around its vicinity to take a closer look. But even after swimming all the way around once, he was unable to find anything at all. Putting aside any life forms, he could not even find any rocks, oars, or anything that could remotely resemble an artifact. It was all clear water. Did I guess incorrectly? Does the crux of the dimension not lie here? Or could it be that someone has beaten me to it? Zhongxian frowned. No, that's not right. If someone had claimed the crux of the formation, the poison lingering in the air would have receded by now. In the desert dimension, the desert had vanished after he took the berserk yellows and wood. In the forest dimension, as he had left together with the 5 monarchs, it was not clear what had happened after they departed. Nevertheless, no longer restricted by the authority of the 5 monarchs, it was unlikely for the beasts in the dimension to remain so orderly. The same applied to the poison dimension as well. Considering how poison was still lingering in the air and the pond still possessed the properties of an antidote, it was likely that the crux of the dimension had not been found. Eye of insight. Zhongxian scrutinized every nook and cranny within the pond, and soon, he noticed that something was amiss. The substance that would neutralize the surrounding poison seemed to be growing scarcer and scarcer. Zhongxian pondered for a moment before flying out of the pond. He waited for a few seconds before checking on the pond once more, only to find that the substance had fully regenerated within. "Teacher, have you found it yet?" Zhao Wei asked. "Not yet. However, I have a good guess as to what the crux of the formation is. Bring me a bamboo pole," Zhongxian instructed with a smile. Zhao Wei left the area. Shortly after, she returned with a bamboo pole in hand. Taking the bamboo pole, Zhongxian shook it lightly, jolting the leaves off. Driving his junqi through the bamboo pole, he manifested his junqi as a thin thread at the other end of the bamboo pole before concentrating his junqi at the very tip of the thread, as if preparing a delicious bait for the prey to be reeled in. "This is a fishing rod. Teacher, are you intending to fish at this pond?" Zhao Wei was taken aback for visiting. Furthermore, the fish seemed to have quite an eccentric personality. "Don't estimate this fellow. It's a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. Put aside coming onto shore, he wouldn't die even if he was thrown into a pot of boiling oil," Zhongxian explained. Zhao Wei's initial shock slowly turned into intrigue as she asked, "If it possesses such strength, how did it end up being fished up?" A sempiternal realm consummation fish was likely to be a being of great intelligence. Yet, it had been fished up by an ordinary bamboo pole. This was unbelievable. I can't help it, it was out of habit. In the past, Kongsha would often come to fish me. He would hook me up each and every time before releasing me shortly after. Each time, I would be caught dozens of times, so I eventually got used to it, the koi fish explained. Zhao Yue's cheeks continued to twitch. Despite its strength, it still allowed itself to be hooked up each and every single day. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like it enjoyed the process. Was it really that bored? More importantly, to fish the same fish every single day. Kongsha must have been bored to death. Don't listen to his nonsense. If I'm not wrong, Kongsha also used his zhenqi as his fishing line and bait. What that fellow is interested in is not just the bait but the fishing line as well, am I right? Zhongxian shook his head with a light chuckle before turning his gaze to the koi fish. It's all fleeting clouds, the koi fish said in embarrassment. I see. Zhao Yue widened her eyes in realization. It was no wonder an ordinary fish was able to cultivate to sempiternal realm consummation. It turned out that it had been consuming Kongsha's zhenqi all along. Naturally, there was no way that it would pass on such a delightful task to any other fish. I thought that I'd hidden myself quite well earlier. How did you find me? Asked the koi fish doubtfully as it turned to Zhongxian. The way that it had hidden itself was extremely discreet, such that it would have been nigh impossible for even those who possessed the eye of insight to see through its disguise. There were a few other groups who had arrived prior to them, but they had failed to notice its presence. Yet, the young man had actually known that he needed to use a fishing rod to hook it up, and that had left it feeling itchy all over. As a result, it could not help but bite the bait and allow itself to be hooked up. The antidote that you have left inside the water is similar to my zhenqi. It's not something that anyone could create, Zhongxian explained. If I'm not mistaken, it probably originated from Kongsha, right? The full saying is that Kongzi fishes with a rod and not with a net, he hunts not those who have returned to their nests. It displays his compassion toward the world. It's fine to fish for food, but one should restrain from overfishing. At the same time, it's immoral to hunt animals down in their safe haven and resting spot. This analogy can be used to draw parallels to many more circumstances. Chapter 1741 Meeting Luo Chichi once more. The reason that he had allowed a venomous creature to inject its toxins into his body was to prove his deduction to Zhao Yue, as well as to feel how the antidote within the pond neutralized the toxins of the venomous creatures. He had swiftly realized that the antidote worked in a similar manner to his Heaven's Path zhenqi. Other than Kongsha, he could not think of anyone else who possessed such an ability. That was also why he had thought of making a fishing rod with his own zhenqi. To be honest, he had not really been sure whether it would work out or not. It's indeed Kongsha's unique zhenqi, but why do you possess the same ability as him? The koi fish asked questioningly. It's because I'm a celestial master teacher as well. Zhongxian answered with a chuckle. You are a celestial master teacher? That explains a lot. The koi fish widened its eyes in realization. All right, I have made up my mind. I'm going to be with you from now on. Back then, Kongsha instructed me to stay here, saying that I should only leave when the next celestial master teacher comes by. That way, I'll be able to be fished every day. Fished every day? Zhongxian recoiled in disgust. That koi fish sure was a masochist, wanting to be caught every day. You should enter my folded space for the time being. I'll call you when I need you, Zhongxian said with a wave of his hand. Roger that. The koi fish replied excitedly. The next moment, it entered Zhongxian's myriad anthive nest and found a massive brick lying before it. Whoa! This brick is forged so exquisitely. The koi fish complimented. It had seen quite a few bricks in its lifetime, but it had never seen one with so many good materials wasted on it. You are the one that is a brick. Your whole family are bricks. I am the Golden Origin Cauldron, a true cauldron through and through. The Golden Origin Cauldron roared in fury. You are a cauldron, the koi fish scoffed in disdain. So, you should be able to light up a fire, right? Why don't you come grill me then? People have told me that I taste wonderful grilled. Don't you want to try a slice of me? Quick, I can't hold myself back anymore. The golden origin cauldron. There's no need to go through that much trouble. Raw slices are good enough, the infernal blacksaber harumphed coldly as a cold glint flashed off its blade. Ah, I'm sorry. Horrified by the appearance of an ancient sage artifact, the koi fish immediately lowered its head subserviently, not daring to run its mouth anymore. Unaware of the little drama that had just happened within the myriad ant hive nest, Zhongxian brought Zhao Huaiyi to the area above the pond. Just like before, he was unable to advance any further upon reaching an altitude of 30 meters. Thus, he whipped out the infernal blacksaber and sliced the air above him. Voila! Space was torn apart, and a dimension rift emerged in its place. The duo continued heading upward, and it did not take long for them to arrive on flat ground. Similar to before, a massive palace could be seen right in front of them in the distance. This should be the subordinate hall, Zhongxian said. Let's head over. So, the two of them swiftly made their way forward. This is the for visiting. Kongsha truly saw past the facade of power and wealth, Zhongxian remarked as he examined the room carefully. Similar to the poison dimension, the layout of everything in the room felt perfectly natural. It was an environment that stripped a person of their worries and frustrations, leaving them refreshed and invigorated. Cultivating in such an environment would surely be highly beneficial to raising one's soul depth. Since the gates have already opened, Wei Ruyan and the others should have already entered this subordinate hall. Where are they? Zhao Huaiyi scanned her surroundings doubtfully as well. The entire room was visible with a glance, there was nowhere for one to hide. It was apparent that they were the only two people in that room. This did not make sense. There should have been quite a number of people there. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were perplexed by this bizarre situation, they suddenly felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy ahead. They should be right there, Zhongxian said. Tracing where the disturbance was coming from, Zhongxian hurried ahead and left the room through the back door in front of them. The moment they walked out, a gush of concentrated zhenqi suddenly washed over them, exerting immense pressure on them. Beyond the back door of the Hall of Lull was a garden. We have already reserved the body fruits on the tree. I'll have to ask you to return from where you came, a voice harumphed coldly. There's no one in the world who doesn't desire treasures, but these are things that we have put a great deal of effort into obtaining. We can't give them to you. The treasures of the world go to those who are capable enough to acquire them. We are the ones who made sufficient preparations to acquire them, so it goes without saying that they belong to us. From where the voices were soundings from, Zhongxian could see two factions standing opposite one another, the air between them a little tense. The group on the right side consisted of 10 members, and Wei Ruyan was among them as well. The other 9 were dressed in identical clothes, which indicated their identity as offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers. On the other hand, the group on the left side only consisted of a single person. A round orb twirled with a light hum in front of her. Dimension silencer. The person was actually Luo Chichi. Upon the entrance of Zhongxian and Zhao Huaiyi, the crowd swiftly turned their eyes over to take a look at the two new guests. Zhongsha. Luo Chichi's eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. Zhongxian directed a nod at Luo Chichi before turning his gaze to the 100 schools of philosophers. Among them, only Wei Ruyan paid no attention to his arrival. She was in a trance, just like Zhao Huaiyi before. Her hands were directed toward the body tree, which was located not too far away from her, and the fruits were gradually becoming more and more crimson under the influx of her zhenqi. It seemed as if the fruits would mature at any moment. This isn't an ordinary body tree, it's great sage tier. Noticing Zhongxian's doubt, Luo Chichi hurried over. Unlike the one in the Hongyuan Empire, consuming the body fruits growing on it increases the chances of a cultivator reaching a soul depth of 30. 0 by 30%, thus reaching the level equivalent to an ancient sage. It allows one's soul depth to reach 30. 0. Zhongxian was startled for a moment as his eyes widened in shock. It was a common saying among master teachers that soul depth was the hardest to cultivate, and that was something that he could relate deeply with. Be it his zhenqi, physical body, or soul cultivation, as long as he had the corresponding cultivation techniques, he would be able to advance with ease. However, he could not do the same with his state of mind. It had already been a few days, but he had only managed to raise his soul depth from 28.1 to 29.99. He was still lacking a bit to reaching 30.0. It might have appeared to be a simple 0.01, but this final step happened to be the greatest hurdle to overcome. Who knew how much time and effort would be required to overcome this challenge? If the body fruit really could raise one's soul depth to 30.0, one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage would really be raised significantly. I translated it as Hall of Lull for standardization purposes, but the word, in the context of manors and palaces in the ancient era, refer to the bedroom of the owner. Chapter 1742 Body Fruit. That's right. If not for that, there's no way they would have gone through the trouble of bringing Wei Ruyan here. Luo Chichi replied. Hearing those words, Zhongxian narrowed his eyes deeply. He really had to say that the 100 schools of philosophers had a far deeper understanding of the Temple of Confucius than the Master-Teacher Pavilion. First, it was the canvas of 4 seasons imbued with lingering eon of ancient sages, and then, it was a body fruit that allowed one's soul depth to hit 30.0, reaching a level comparable to an ancient sage. It seemed like they had already studied the entire Temple of Confucius thoroughly and had made elaborate preparations for that very moment. Hong Long Long. Under Wei Ruyan's relentless infusion of zhenqi, the body fruits on the tree began to sway a little, emanating a deep fragrance. This was a sign that the fruits had matured. Wei Ruyan finally halted her flow of zhenqi. It was clear that she had overexerted herself trying to hasten the maturity of the body fruits. Her face was slightly pale, and she was panting heavily. Wei Ruyan. Zhao Ya anxiously sent a telepathic message over. Senior Zhao Ya. Wei Ruyan was beginning to recover from the trance that she was in. With a dazed look on her face, she scanned her surroundings in search of a familiar face. She swiftly found Zhao Ya, and at the same time, she also noticed the young man standing next to her. Her eyes slowly widened in astonishment as she softly muttered in disbelief, "Teacher. UN." Seeing that Wei Ruyan was unharmed and that her cultivation had risen a little, Zhongxian heaved a sigh of relief. "Teacher." Realizing that it was not her imagination, Wei Ruyan immediately rushed over to Zhongxian and Zhao Ya's side. However, barely after taking a few steps, a young man suddenly stepped forward and blocked her way. "You can't go over yet. You need to pick the body fruits for us first," the young man said. The irritated Wei Ruyan coldly hissed, "Get lost. Don't forget what you promised us." The young man's face darkened as he reminded haughtily, "You dare to threaten me?" Wei Ruyan narrowed her eyes in fury as an imposing aura emanated from her body. She was ready to let all hell break loose if pushed too far. However, before she could make a move, the voice of her teacher sounded in the air. "My student has helped you hasten the maturity of the body fruits, but you still need her help to pick them for you. Ruyan, come here." Completely disregarding the 100 schools of philosophers, Zhongxian turned to Wei Ruyan and urged her to come over. "Yes, teacher." Wei Ruyan swiftly walked around the young man to go to Zhongxian's side. "You are Wei Ruyan's teacher, Zhongxian?" The young man frowned in displeasure. "I am," Zhongxian replied curtly. "You came at a good time. Since Wei Ruyan follows your orders, I need you to order her to harvest the body fruits. Of the 6 fruits here, we can give you one as a reward for your hard work," the young man said haughtily. As if doubting what he had just heard, Zhongxian asked incredulously, "Did you say that you'll only give one body fruit to Ruyan in exchange for her hard work?" "That's right." The young man nodded. "Our 100 schools of philosophers requires the remaining 5 body fruits, so we have to bring them back with us. The only reason that we are willing to spare a body fruit to you is in view of the hard work that she has put in all this time. If you don't want the body fruit, you can choose something else equivalent in value." "Spare?" Seeing the young man putting on airs, Zhongxian shook his head wryly. "Since you know that Ruyan has put in plenty of hard work, allow me to speak a few words of fairness." "Feel free. You were able to enter this subordinate hall due to Ruyan's unique constitution, right?" "That's right." The body fruits are mature and ready for picking because Ruyan has been using her zhenqi to stimulate its growth, right? That's right. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Then it's really simple then. Since you have done nothing at all 6 body fruits should go to Ruyan. What's there to fight about? Alright, Ruyan, go and pluck all of the fruits. Zhongxian remarked earnestly. You. What do you mean by that? Not expecting Zhongxian to snub them in such a manner, the young man widened his eyes in fury. I don't mean anything by that. I'm just speaking a few words of fairness, Zhongxian said. Since you played no part in entering the subordinate hall and maturing the body fruits, what right do you have to claim possession of the body fruits? Audacious. Do you know who you are talking to? The young man roared furiously, angered by Zhongxian's impudence. Hualala. The remaining 8 from the 100 schools of philosophers quickly surrounded the 3 of them and released their auras, attempting to pressure them into submission. Just like the group from the Hall of Great Accomplishment, they were all sempiternal realm consummation expert. Teacher. Wei Ruyan's complexion turned ugly upon seeing that someone dared to threaten her teacher. But just as she was about to say something, her teacher raised his hand and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Yes, teacher. Wei Ruyan nodded. She knew her teacher capability very well. Since her teacher had told her not to worry, it really meant that there was nothing for her to worry about. Zhongxian glanced at the youths surrounding him, and a wry smile crept onto his face. He took a step forward. These youths from the 100 schools of philosophers were indeed formidable, but the infernal blacksaber had just advanced to ancient sage tier, and he had many artifacts and tamed beasts with him. If he wanted to, he could easily subdue all of them. Just as he was about to make a move to teach those arrogant fellows a lesson, Luo Chichi suddenly spoke. Allow me to do it instead. Without waiting for Zhongxian's response, she dived into the crowd. As soon as she made her move, the incredible strength that she wielded immediately showed. Just like Zhao Ya, she had actually reached sempiternal realm consummation. Zhongxian felt his head hurt a little. Previously, when he unintentionally wreaked havoc at the Luo clan and left, she had only been at Saint Nine Dan. Yet, within such a short period of time, she had actually managed to advance her cultivation all the way up to sempiternal realm consummation. The rate at which she was achieving breakthroughs was ridiculous. Everyone around him told him that he cultivated extremely quickly, but whenever he looked at his students, he felt like he still had a long way to go. Wong wong wong. The dimension silencer rotated with a light hum in the air, keeping the surrounding space tightly sealed. Luo Chichi flitted around the crowd as if a butterfly amid a field of flowers. There was no doubt that the youths from the 100 schools of philosophers were powerful, but it was painfully obvious that they were no match for Luo Chichi. It seems like her grasp over the dimension silencer has improved. Zhongxian nodded in approval. He had seen the young lady using the dimension silencer to halt the elders of the Luo clan before. Back then, her control over the dimension silencer's powers had still been a little unrefined, and it had felt like she was only tapping into its raw strength. However, at this moment, her control felt wholesome, to the point that her movements almost felt like an art form in itself. In this moment, it was no exaggeration to say that she had become one with the dimension silencer. Luo Chichi won't lose to them. Let's harvest the fruits, Zhongxian said with a smile as he turned his sights to the body tree. The body tree before him was a little similar to the one that he had seen at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. However, it was far lusher, and the aura that it emanated felt significantly deeper. They say that cultivating under the body tree can enhance one's soul cultivation and state of mind. Zhongxian thought excitedly. Ordinary Saint Realm body trees had the effect of calming a person's mind and dispelling their inner demons. Considering that the body tree before him had reached Great Sage, its effects were likely to be more pronounced. If I cultivate under this tree, perhaps I might be able to advance my state of mind beyond 30. 0. His state of mind had already reached 29. 99, a sliver away from reaching the level of the ancient sages. It would be a huge waste for him to ingest the body fruit only to advance his soul depth by 0.01. As long as he sat beneath the tree and meditated, he should be able to make a breakthrough soon enough. While Zhongxian was pondering over that matter, Wei Ruyan walked up to the body tree and reached out to grab one of the body fruits. Wang! A pulsation of energy burst forth from the body fruit. It was a natural defensive mechanism of the body tree in order to keep those who intended to harvest its fruits. However, the pulsated energy was easily neutralized by Wei Ruyan using a secret art. Catcher. The fruit was plucked from the branches. Tzzzzzz. The moment that the fruit was harvested, black smoke gushed forth from the branch that the fruit had been snapped from, and it swiftly shrouded Wei Ruyan. That's poisonous gas. Zhongxian was taken aback. He did not expect the body tree to have such a defensive mechanism as well. It was no wonder those youths had been unwilling to pick the fruits themselves, insisting that Wei Ruyan do it. If they had really tried to do it by themselves, there was a good chance that they would have ended up being poisoned to death. Chapter 1743. The ability of the koi fish. The poisonous gas released by the body tree would have been extremely tricky to resolve for any other cultivator, but to Wei Ruyan, it was no different from tonic. As she absorbed all of it into her body, an excited gleam flickered across her beady eyes. You can raise your cultivation through the black smoke too? Zhongxian was taken aback. Wei Ruyan nodded. As expected of the innate poison body, Zhongxian remarked in awe. This unique constitution sure was powerful. If others were afflicted with that poison, they would die within moments. Yet, Wei Ruyan was actually able to make use of this deadly material to raise her cultivation. Even Zhongxian could not help but envy that overpowered ability of hers. It did not take long for Wei Ruyan to finish assimilating the energy within the black smoke. She quickly retrieved a jade container from her storage ring and placed the body fruit inside. Once that was done, she moved on to the next body fruit and repeated the process. The same black smoke poured forth and shrouded Wei Ruyan. This time around, however, it seemed to be significantly denser than before. Under its onslaught, the young lady shuddered a little, and her face turned pale. What's wrong? Zhongxian asked with a frown. The poisonous gas is too powerful. There's only so much that I'm able to absorb, Wei Ruyan replied frankly. Even as one who possessed the innate poison body, the amount of poison that she could take in and assimilate at once was limited. If she attempted to take in too much poison, she risked overloading her body with power. The poisonous gas released by the second body fruit was far greater than the first fruit, and this was something that she had not expected. It took a long while before she finally managed to curb the rampaging poisonous gas within her body, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she turned her sights to the third body fruit. Tzzzzzz. This time, the black smoke released by the body tree was even greater than before. Forced to assimilate so much poisonous gas at once, Wei Ruyan's body began shuddering uncontrollably, and her face gradually turned paler and paler. Just as she was about to reach her limits, she felt someone placing his palm against her back. Following which, her teacher said, "Use the black smoke to push for a breakthrough." Yes, teacher. Knowing that her teacher was intending to help her raise her cultivation, Wei Ruyan quickly focused her concentration on channeling the poisonous gas toward overcoming her bottleneck. The poisonous gas emanated by the body tree was lethal, but it was an exceptionally powerful catalyst to temper one's state of mind. Zhongxian used his Heaven's Path Zhenqi to help clear the various blockages within Wei Ruyan's body so that she could circulate her Zhenqi easier. With every body fruit that Wei Ruyan picked, the poisonous gas emanated by the body tree would grow significantly stronger. By the time she came to the sixth fruit, the poisonous gas emanated was so powerful that it seemed as if it would corrode even the surrounding space. Zhongxian meticulously facilitated Wei Ruyan's flow of energy in order to ensure smoothness in driving her Zhenqi. Jeji, jeji, jeji. Sometime later, sounds echoed from Wei Ruyan's meridians. It was a sign that showed that she had successfully cleared the bottlenecks in her way. Her aura surged, and before long, her cultivation had already reached sempiternal realm consummation, just like Zhao Ya. After reinforcing the overwhelming power coursing through her body, Wei Ruyan clasped her fist and bowed in agitation. Thank you, teacher. If not for her teacher's help, she would have wasted a good half of the poisonous gas there. If things had gone wrong, she might have sustained heavy injuries because her body was unable to withstand the stress imposed on it. With her sempiternal realm consummation cultivation and her overpowered innate poison body, it was unlikely that she would find anyone who was a match for her beneath ancient sage. The heartened Zhongxian nodded in approval. Then, his face visibly turned cold as he turned his gaze toward the 9 youths battling with Luo Chichi. If not for the fact that he was around, Wei Ruyan would have sustained irreparable damage from the growing intensity of poisonous gas emanated from the body tree. This kind of harm was not something that a mere body fruit could compensate for. These fellows expected Wei Ruyan to harvest the fruits for them, but they did not take any preventive measures in order to protect her. It was apparent that they saw her as no more than a tool that they could dispose of after squeezing her dry. Peng peng peng. At that moment, the battle between Luo Chichi and the 9 youths from the 100 schools of philosophers finally came to an end. The fighting prowess exerted by Luo Chichi with the Dimension Silencer was simply too powerful. Even with the 8 of them collaborating with one another, they did not stand a chance. Their faces were pale from the injuries that they had sustained in the battle, and their complexions looked incredibly awful. The fact that they had been chosen to enter the subordinate hall to seek the body fruit meant that their standing in the 100 schools of philosopher was considerably high. They had grown up basking in the respect of those around them, but they had ended up being so viciously pummeled during such an important mission. This was not something that their pride could accept. Zhongxian and Wei Ruyan, those fruits are of the utmost importance to the 100 schools of philosophers. I hope that you can hand them over, the young man who seemed to be the de facto leader of the group said through gritted teeth. However, in response to the request from the young man, Zhongxian simply waved his hand and said, "Break their limbs and throw them out." Whether they did it intentionally or not, he could not accept the fact that they had placed his precious student in such a dangerous position. They had to suffer the consequences of their actions. Sure thing. The Golden Origin Cauldron leaped out and charged toward the 9 young men. Soon enough, their limbs were all fractured by the Golden Origin Cauldron before they were tossed pathetically out of the Hall of Lull. None of them would have feared the Golden Origin Cauldron at their peak, but after Luo Chichi's attacks, they no longer wielded the strength to retaliate. "Teacher, I'll leave these body fruits for you to decide what to do with them," Wei Ruyan said as she passed the fruits over. "Yuan." Zhongxian took the body fruits and placed all of them but one into his storage ring. He passed the body fruit over to Wei Ruyan and said, "You're the one who collected so many body fruits, so you should hold on to one. However, don't rush into using it. I have a formula here that can raise your soul depth. I want you to cultivate under the body tree and raise your soul depth to 29 first. Once you're done, you can use the body fruit and push for a breakthrough to ancient sage." "Yes." Wei Ruyan nodded. With a tap of his finger, Zhongxian imparted the secret art to temper one's state of mind over to Wei Ruyan. "Zhao Ya, this one is for you." Zhongxian took out another body fruit and passed it to Zhao Ya together with the secret art. Due to their unique constitutions, they were able to advance their zhenqi cultivation swiftly. However, this had also led to the cultivation of their minds severely lagging behind. This would be a good opportunity for them to cover the gap. "Chichi, this one is for you." After sorting his 2 students out, Zhongxian took out another body fruit and passed it over to Luo Chichi. Luo Chichi had arrived in the Hall of Lull earlier than them. Even if he did not come, with her fighting prowess alone, she was bound to have been able to obtain one for herself. "Thank you." Luo Chichi took the fruit, but her eyes remained firmly upon Zhongxian. There was a conflicted look in her eyes as she said, "Zhongsha." Seemingly knowing what she was going to say, Zhongxian waved his hand and said, "I have taught you pill forging before, which affirmed our relationship as teacher and student. It's impossible to dictate one's feelings, but propriety is not something that can simply be disregarded. It's impossible for us to come to be. In the first place, the engagement between us was a huge misunderstanding. I believe that you are aware that there's someone whom I love as well, so I'm sorry." Since it was impossible for him to give her happiness, it would be better for him to break it off decisively. Dragging it out would only cause more harm to the other party. He did not want the other party to spend her life pursuing something futile. Luo Chichi's face collapsed as her body trembled in agitation. She knew that the odds were in her favor, and she knew that it would be nigh impossible to achieve what she desired. Nevertheless, she had not thought that she would be rejected so bluntly. By the side, Zhao Yue's face also darkened upon hearing those words. As the saying went, a day as my teacher, a father I'll respect for life. A student was not allowed to have any other relationships with their teacher, or else it would be considered a breach of propriety. Such a thing was frowned upon in the master-teacher continent. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. She wanted to pursue her happiness, too, but she knew that her attempts to do so would only sully her teacher's reputation. This was a dilemma that had left her deeply conflicted. Noting the depressed look on Luo Chichi and Zhao Yue's faces, Zhongxian sighed deeply internally as he smiled. All right. For the time being, you should focus on raising your cultivation. You are still young, and there is much more to life that you haven't seen or experienced yet. One day, you'll find someone far more suitable for you than me. If there were any alternatives, he would not have wanted to hurt the two of them. However, if he failed to maintain a firm attitude toward this matter, he would only give them false hope, and there was nothing more painful than pursuing something that would never come to be. Knowing that they needed some time to themselves in order to calm down, Zhongxian waved his hand and said, I'll leave you all here to cultivate. Try your best to raise your soul depth as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, I'll go look for Yuan Dao. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Master, I can dig up this tree for you. Do you want to take it away with you? You are able to dig this tree up. Zhongxian was taken aback. I am the crux of an entire dimension, you know. Of course I am able to dig up a mere tree, the koi fish replied proudly. Chapter 1744 Gongxi Qing. Is that so? Let's take it away then. Zhongxian's eyes lit up in excitement. That whole time, he had been thinking that it would be wonderful if he could take the body tree away with him. After all, this was an ideal impetus for him to push for a breakthrough in his soul depth to 30. Who would have thought that the little koi fish would be able to do it for him? But after giving it some more thought, the matter made sense. The koi fish was the crux to the poison dimension, and the poison dimension corresponded to the Hall of Lull. It was likely that there was some inseverable connection between the two. There had to be some reason for Kong Shi choosing to groom the koi fish and leave it in the poison dimension in the first place. All right. Hearing Zhongxian's approval, the koi fish immediately flew out, and with whip of its tail, it leaped into the pond located at the center of the backyard. Goo. The water in the pond began to swirl into a massive spiral. Gradually, the water spiral rose into the air and enveloped the body tree, pulling it off the surface of the ground. Zhongxian did not think that it would be so easy to retrieve this precious body tree. His eyes lit up in excitement. Hula! He swiftly stowed the body tree into the myriad ant hive nest, choosing an empty clearing in the area to plant it. Shortly after it was planted, a pond formed in its vicinity, and koi fishes swam delightfully within it, splashing water into the air from time to time. Zhongxian quickly examined the replanted body tree and noted that it did not wither due to the movement. Instead, its trees grew even lusher. Furthermore, it seemed to harmonize with the other body tree that he had acquired from the Hongyuan royal family, and they swiftly fused together into one body, forming a passageway that could temper one's soul and soul depth. With this, I shouldn't face any troubles trying to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Zhongxian chuckled softly beneath his breath. With this tree placed in the myriad ant hive nest, he would be able to cultivate whenever he had time. Reaching a soul depth of 30. Was simply a matter of time. Of course, the fastest way was still to consume a body fruit. However, even though his soul depth was already on the verge of a breakthrough, his cultivation was severely lacking. He felt that the body fruit would be put to greater use with his parents and the others. Teacher. Seeing that the body tree had been taken away, Zhao Yue and the others were slightly bewildered. It was just a moment ago that their teacher had prompted them to cultivate under the body tree, but the next moment, he had suddenly taken it away. In response, Zhongxian cleared his throat and said, "You should head into my folded space to cultivate." Since he had taken the body tree away, there was no reason for them to remain in the area. Thus, he waved his hand and helped the 3 girls into the myriad ant hive nest as well, leaving them to cultivate their soul depth. Then, he quickly made his way out of the Hall of Lull. Hoo. Thrown out of the Hall of Lull with their limbs broken, the 9 youths from the 100 schools of philosophers trembled in fury. Frenzied looks covered their faces, and it seemed as if they were on the verge of going berserk. After consuming a grade 9 grand intermittence pill, their shattered bones had already begun to heal, but their rage only deepened with time. Unable to take it any longer, one of the youths asked, "Gongxi Qing, what do we do now?" The young man named Gongxi Qing was the de facto leader of the group, the person who had given orders to Wei Ruyan and Zhongxian earlier. He was a descendant of ancient sage Zihua. "We can't let this matter go just like that." Gongxi Qing gritted his teeth furiously. As offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers, the populace of the master-teacher continent were no different from barbarians in their eyes. In the first place, those barbarians should have taken pride in the fact that they were of use to them in the Temple of Confucius. Yet, not only did they snatch all of the treasures away, they had even pummeled them into such a state. It was a heinous crime. Unforgivable. We have to teach them a lesson so that they'll know never to cross the 100 schools of philosophers. Zhongxian doesn't seem too strong, but that young lady known as Luo Chichi is far beyond our means to deal with at the moment. Zhao Ya and Wei Ruyan's cultivation has reached sempiternal realm consummation as well. We wouldn't stand a chance against them in a fight. The others discussed the situation worriedly. They were infuriated, but they also knew that their opponents were beyond their means to deal with. We might not be a match for them, but the loss of the body fruits is a huge matter. The old ancestor will surely intervene. I'll send him a message right now. Gongxi Qing harumphed coldly. Bearing the excruciating pain from his newly healed bones, Gongxi Qing took out a unique jade token and sent the details of the conflict over. However, he did not go in depths about who the culprit was. He only mentioned that the body fruits had been stolen and that they had sustained severe injuries. A moment after he sent the message, tremendous pressure suddenly weighed down from the heavens. It was so intense that it left the crowd feeling deeply suffocated. Following which, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the states of the 9 youths, the face of the elderly figure turned livid as he demanded, "What happened?" As he spoke, a droplet of blood oozed out from the tip of his finger. The droplet of blood split into 9 portions, with each portion entering the body of one of the 9 youths. In an instant, the injuries that they had sustained began healing at a visible rate due to the sheer vitality contained within the blood. It did not take long for them to be restored to full health. This was one of the abilities that ancient sages possessed, blood reincarnation. The elderly figure was an ancient sage expert. "Old ancestor, you must redress our grievances." After recovering from their injuries, Gongxi Qing and the others immediately kneeled onto the ground and cried sorrowfully. "Who's the culprit?" The elderly figure narrowed his eyes as the aura that he emanated grew even colder. The elderly figure appeared to be in his 60s, and he did not have a beard. His eyes carried a hint of desolation, but his face was slightly pale. It was hard to tell whether he was exhausted from traveling there through space too swiftly or had met with some danger and been injured. "The culprit is a master teacher from the master-teacher continent." Gongxi Qing spat through clenched teeth. "We brought Wei Ruyan into the Hall of Lull and had her help us mature the body fruit. However, that fellow came over and snatched the ripened fruits from our hands. He even injured us and broke our limbs." "Did you tell him your identity?" "We did. We told him that we are from the 100 schools of philosophers and that these body fruits are of vital importance to us. We even offered to give one of the body fruits to him as compensation. Yet, that scoundrel still chose to make a move on us." Gongxi Qing continued indignantly. "When did the master teachers of the master-teacher continent become so arrogant?" The elderly figure sneered in fury. In an instant, it was as if someone had set his aura ablaze. A rampaging aura poured forth from his body, crushing everything around him. All of those who stood in the face of this aura could only shiver in fear, not daring to speak a word aloud. The 100 schools of philosophers and the master-teacher pavilion both had their roots from Kongsha, and propriety was something of the utmost importance to them. Since their people had already matured the body fruit, it was inappropriate for the other party, especially given that he was a master-teacher, to snatch it away by force. If one resorted to brute strength for everything, how would one be any different from the otherworldly demons? Old ancestor, you must redress our grievance. We beseech you to kill that fellow for us. Even if we spare his life, the least we should do is cripple his limbs so that he will learn a painful lesson for his arrogance. Sensing that they had successfully invoked the rage of the old ancestor, the crowd roared furiously. Rest assured, I'll surely redress your grievances. The elderly figure nodded. Spreading his spiritual perception into the area, the elderly figure's voice boomed in the surrounding area. The master teacher who has just entered, may I know whose descendant you are? I hope that you can offer a fair explanation as to why you have treated my descendants in such a manner. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Who? A wind blew silently in the area, but there was no response at all. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like he's the offspring of any ancient sage. Since he isn't under anyone's protection, I won't stand on ceremony. The elderly figure harumphed coldly as a malicious aura drifted forth from his body. At this moment, the descendants behind the elderly figure suddenly exclaimed in agitation. Old ancestor, that fellow is coming out. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Shortly after, a slight glow emanated from the entrance of the Hall of Lull, and a figure appeared before the crowd. We must make him understand that those from the 100 schools of philosophers aren't to be trifled with. Gongshi Qing sneered coldly. However, the very next moment, he saw the old ancestor's body stiffening as an incredulous expression crept onto the latter's face. The person whom you were referring, the person who stole the body fruit from you, is Zhongxian? That's right. He's the scoundrel who made a move on us. Gongshi Qing nodded vehemently. I see. I forgot that I had some matters that I still have to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. A matter as trivial as this doesn't require my intervention, so settle it among yourselves. Who? And with a poof, the old ancestor disappeared from sight. Gongshi Qing. The crowd. Chapter 1745 Stone Forest Dimension. Gongshi Qing and the others were utterly dumbstruck by what they were seeing. That was their old ancestor, an ancient sage expert. It was just a moment earlier that he had declared that he would redress their grievances, but as soon as he learned that the culprit was Zhongxian, he turned tail and fled without any hesitation. What the freaking hell was that? Was the other party not just a mere aureate body realm consummation cultivator? Why did it seem like their old ancestor feared the other party? While Gongshi Qing and the others were feeling stifled at being left in the lurch by their old ancestor, the old ancestor was on the verge of spurting blood as well. He was actually the same ancient sage who had been injured by the infernal black saber back at the entrance of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. Of course, given the tremendous strength he wielded as an ancient sage cultivator, there was no way that he would fear a mere aureate body realm cultivator. However, the young man had an ancient sage saber in his possession, which changed the very nature of things. Furthermore, he could feel that Zhong Hongtian was hidden somewhere around the area, discreetly protecting the young man from the dark. If he was really caught between an ancient sage cultivator and ancient sage saber in his wounded state, he could end up losing his life. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Ancient sages were extraordinarily resilient creatures. However, if one successfully slew an ancient sage, one would find that the body of an ancient sage was filled with treasures from head to toe. He had thought that the reason why Zhongxian was able to enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment was because he had studied the Zhong clan's celestial amulet of legacy thoroughly, to the point that he was able to decipher its seal and overcome it even without the amulet in hand. The possibility that Zhongxian would have been able to enter the Hall of Lull as well had never crossed his mind. Who would have thought that even after fleeing there, he still ended up encountering the other party? The rest are in the midst of preparing for that matter, so I can't bother them at the moment. However, once they are done with that, we'll surely get back at them. The old ancestor harumphed. It went without saying that the powerful 100 schools of philosophers did not just have him as their only ancient sage. However, it just so happened that the others had more important matters to attend to, so he was the only one free enough to take care of the younger generation. He had thought that with him standing up for the younger generation, neither the master-teacher pavilion nor the otherworldly demonic tribe would dare cross their path. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he ended up being severely wounded as soon as he made an appearance. The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. However, as one who had survived to become an ancient sage, there were hardly any challenges that he had never encountered before. He would just have to tolerate it for the time being. Once the others were free, it would be time for him to exact his vengeance. With the infernal black saber in his grasp, Zhongxian walked out of the Hall of Lull. He knew that his actions in the Hall of Lull would surely draw an ancient sage from the 100 schools of philosophers over, so he had taken out the infernal black saber in advance to counter any assault. It was impossible for an ancient sage to kill him while keeping his location hidden. As soon as the other party revealed his location, the infernal black saber and golden page would swiftly rush forth to reap the other party's life. Thus, there was nothing to fear. Walking out of the seal, Zhongxian saw the 9 youths standing completely unharmed before him. Infernos of rage were burning in their eyes, but they did not attempt to make any moves against him. "Oh, you've recovered," Zhongxian remarked nonchalantly as he cast a sweeping gaze across the surroundings. While it was possible for them to recover from their fractured limbs using the grand intermittence pill, they would still have to rest for at least a couple of days before they could make a full recovery. Considering how their injuries had completely vanished within 10 minutes of being thrown out, it was very likely to be the doing of an ancient sage. However, even after scanning the surroundings, he could not find anything at all. At the same time, the infernal black saber also reported that there were no ancient sages around. Knowing that the trembling 9 youths did not even pose a threat to him, Zhongxian shot them a piercing glare, which caused them to drop to their knees, before walking back down the road that he had come from. It did not take long before he returned to the poison dimension. Without the koi fish around, poisonous creatures had swiftly swarmed around the pond. It seemed like it would not be long before the tiny safe haven in the poison dimension was devoured by poison. After passing through the exit, Zhongxian found himself standing in the midst of a world filled with boulders of all sizes. It was as if he had stepped into the midst of a bald mountain range, filled with nothing but massive rocks. His visuals were instantaneously assaulted by the overwhelming onslaught of monotonous grey. There was not the slightest greenery in sight. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was standing in the center of a stone forest. The area was not as dry as the desert dimension, and it was not as rich in spiritual energy as the forest dimension either. If he had to use a single word to describe the current dimension that he was in, it would be bizarre. The boulders around him had extremely bizarre shapes, and just taking a swift glance at the surroundings was enough to leave his eyes spinning. It seems like these boulders are depicting a certain kind of move. Zhongxian leaped onto one of the taller boulders and pondered with a frown. Looking at the general shape of the stone forest, he found that it resembled multiple experts executing their secret arts all at once. "I'll know it once I give it a try." He swiftly found a cluster of boulders and began studying them. Emulating the shapes of the boulders, he felt his zhenqi flowing in a unique trajectory, and the next moment, his palm shot forward lightly. Pada! A sonic boom reverberated in the air, and a small dimension rift was torn apart at the tip of his palm. It's indeed a battle technique. Furthermore, the prowess it wields is incredible. Zhongxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. So far, he had only casually emulated the movements, he had not even tried to practice it seriously. Could it be that the boulders formed multiple sets of incredibly powerful secret arts? If that was the case, where should one start cultivating from? Was there a sequence to it? If he studied it randomly, would it cause any unintended side effects? Forget it. I should look for the exit first. Zhongxian soon made up his mind. If he found the exit, he would be able to find the corresponding subordinate hall. Ultimately, the outer dimensions were only trials that Kongsha had posed to those who ventured into this dimension. The true treasures lay within the Temple of Confucius. This time around, Zhongxian chose to spin the infernal black saber before swiftly flitting in the direction that it had pointed out. An hour later, he finally found some signs of human activity. Following the trail, he soon stumbled upon a group of master teachers. They were standing in a clearing in the stone forest, and they were arguing vehemently with one another. The sequence of my movements is right. You won't face any problems as long as you cultivate in accordance to my moves. Rubbish. My sequence is the only one that is correct. Look, those two movements of yours don't even connect to one another. It's apparent that you've gotten it all wrong, you dimwits. I have already cultivated in this sequence, and I can feel my mastery of my technique deepening significantly. If you really think that you are right, why don't we have a spar and see whose sequence is superior? Indeed. What's the point of arguing so much? Let our strength do the talking. In the midst of their arguments, the master teachers really ended up coming to blows with one another. A furious gale whipped up in the surroundings and shockwaves from colliding blows rippled destructively into the surroundings. However, they did make sure to construct an isolation barrier around them to avoid damaging the boulders around to the best of their abilities. Just like the group of sword practitioners I encountered at the Sword Lagoon, these fellows are unknowingly losing their sanity. Zhongxian shook his head lamentably. He had encountered such a situation back in the Qianchong Empire. The sword practitioners there had come to blows as soon as they had a disagreement with one another, which was atypical of sword practitioners. He did not think that he would see the same sight here as well. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Before long, a man stood victorious over the others. See, the sequence that I have followed is the most powerful of all. This should be enough to show that I'm right. All right, hurry up and start making your offerings. The victorious master teacher nodded in contentment. All right, we'll follow your sequence then. The others reluctantly nodded in agreement. Making your offerings? On the other hand, Zhongxian was confused as to what was going on. The more he looked at the situation, the more bewildering he found it. Master teachers were supposed not to be superstitious. Why were they talking about making their offerings? Hiding by the corner, Zhongxian continued watching the movements of the master teachers in bewilderment. The victorious master teacher took out a couple of valuable artifacts and placed them before the boulder, as if making an offering to it. Not too long later, the artifacts began to burn up, and a golden glow shone from the boulder. Following which, a silhouette suddenly surfaced on the boulder and began moving around, seemingly demonstrating some sort of battle technique. The secret art that the master teachers were practicing earlier is just the form, so is this the Zhenqi circulation pathway that goes along with the movements? Zhongxian wondered. The silhouette moving on the boulder was currently demonstrating a kind of internal breathing technique that seemed to go along with the movements that the master teachers had executed earlier, but there were still some imperfections between the two. How is this still not right? The sequence I deduced doesn't link up with the internal breathing technique. Pu. The triumphant master teacher followed the movements of the silhouette on the boulder, but a moment later, his face paled, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. If the movements were at odds with the internal breathing, there was a high chance that one's cultivation might go berserk. He had been extremely confident with the sequence that he had deduced, but who would have thought that it was still wrong? Let's continue studying the movements. We can't afford to make a mistake anymore, or else we'll be trapped here for good. The triumphant master teacher shook his head helplessly. He was just about to continue examining the boulders around the area when a young man suddenly flew over and said, "Hello, I have arrived in this dimension just a moment ago. If I may ask, what are you all doing?" Chapter 1746 Sequencing. The newly arrived young man was, of course, none other than Zhongxian. He was truly bewildered by the deeds of this bunch of master teachers. Master teachers believed not in the supernatural, and they did not subscribe to the idea of karma either. Yet, This bunch of people were actually making offerings just like otherworldly demons. Furthermore, judging by their tone, it seemed like the exit was somehow related to what they were doing. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he had flown out to ask them. With the infernal blacksaber advancing into an ancient sage artifact, he would be able to protect himself even against the otherworldly demon ancient sages. Thus, there was no need for him to conceal his identity anymore, so he did not bother doing so this time around. However, it seemed like the master teachers did not know him as they stared at him warily, seemingly trying to determine whether he was an enemy or not. Zhongxian was perplexed for a moment before realization struck him. Most of the master teachers that had entered the Temple of Confucius were actually the grand elders of major powers who had gone into seclusion awaiting the opportunity to make a breakthrough to ancient sage. Having abandoned the secular world for long periods of time, they were unaware of the huge fuss that Zhongxian had kicked up on the master-teacher continent in recent times. Going by this logic, it was not surprising that they had not heard of him. Facing the wary master teachers before him, Zhongxian pinned his master-teacher emblem on his robe before clasping his fist with a smile. "I'm actually a master teacher, too." Upon seeing the master-teacher emblem, the group visibly heaved a sigh of relief. "So, you're a fellow ally. How did you end up alone here?" the triumphant master teacher asked. "I was too engrossed in my cultivation, and I lost track of time. By the time I knew it, the group I was in had already gone on without me," Zhongxian said. "I see. This dimension contained many powerful secret arts, so it's understandable that you lost track of time while trying to practice them. However, I must say that it's truly a miracle that your cultivation hasn't gone berserk while attempting to practice these techniques individually," the triumphant master teacher remarked. After chatting for a while, Zhongxian found out that the name of the triumphant master teacher was Mu Shu. He was from the Five Elements Mu clan. He had been in seclusion for 300 years, and he had only left his seclusion recently due to the emergence of the Temple of Confucius. Thus, he was hardly aware of the current affairs of the world. As a result, even when Zhongxian introduced himself with his real name, there was not much of a reaction from the other party. "I apologize for peeking earlier, but I noticed that you practiced your moves before making an offering to the boulder." Following which, a silhouette appeared on the boulder. "May I know what's going on?" After chatting for a while to get familiar with one another, Zhongxian finally posed the doubt that had been plaguing his mind for quite a while. The boulders in this stone forest are profound artifacts harnessing incredible heritages. Formidable secret arts can be found on them. "I believe that you should have noticed this too by now," Mu Shu explained. "However, these secret arts are distributed across multiple boulders in random sequences. If one wants to grasp any of these secret arts, one must decipher the sequence and awaken the memories of the predecessors sealed in the boulders. As long as one's form and internal breathing are aligned with one another, one will be able to leave this dimension and enter the corresponding subordinate hall." "Enter the corresponding subordinate hall?" Zhongxian was surprised to hear these two words coming from Mu Shu. This was the first time that he had heard a master teacher trapped in one of the 6 dimensions saying such words. "Indeed. Someone has already successfully cleared the dimension. We are already considered the slower bunch, having yet to succeed till now," Mu Shu said with a bitter smile. "You mean to say that someone has already entered the subordinate hall? Then, do you know what the name of the corresponding subordinate hall is?" Zhongxian asked. "It seems to be called the Hall of Divine Crusade. It contains the details of the crusade that Kong Shi and 72 sages went on to subdue the otherworldly demons. In fact, this stone forest contains the secret arts that they have left behind. Those who manage to enter the subordinate hall will probably be able to obtain their true heritage. As such, we have been trying our best to figure out the pattern to these boulders. Since you are here, why don't you join us as well? If we can uncover the sequence of the movements from these boulders, we'll be able to enter the subordinate hall just like the others," Mu Shu said. Those words gave Zhongxian a good idea of what was going on. It seemed like the method to entering the subordinate hall in the stone forest dimension was vastly different from the other dimensions. For the other dimensions, the subordinate halls were located directly above the exits. As long as one sliced open the space above the exit, one would be able to reach the exterior of the corresponding subordinate hall. However, the stone forest dimension actually necessitated one to find the sequence of the secret arts hidden amid the boulders. With so many boulders around here, how do you figure out which one you should examine? Zhongxian asked on. There had to be at least 10,000 boulders in the area. Wouldn't he die of exhaustion before he could sequence all of the movements in these boulders? The boulders are divided into multiple regions too. Each secret art has its individual region. In each region, there are boulders with smooth surfaces like this one lying around in a circle, and they contain a silhouette of the predecessors. There are roughly 10,000 of them, but only 1,000 of them contain traces of the secret art. What we have to do is figure out the sequence behind these 1,000 boulders, Mu Shu explained. Zhongxian nodded in realization. On his way there, he had also noticed that not every boulder within this dimension harnessed a portion of a secret art. However, he had been too focused on searching for the exit and did not pay too much attention to them. With this, his search area was considerably decreased, and his workload diminished significantly as well. There's no time to be wasted, so let's start studying the boulders once more. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Shu prompted everyone to get back to work. He took out a sword himself and began carving on the ground, seemingly trying to make sense of the movements that he had seen from the boulders. Seeing that the group had returned back to their intensive debate, Zhongxian leaped onto the highest boulder in the area and scanned his surroundings. Due to the reminder from Mu Shu, he quickly realized that the boulders with a smooth surface were distributed orderly in a circular fashion around the area. Approaching them one by one swiftly, he found that exactly 1,000 of them harnessed the silhouettes of the predecessors. Flaws. With a thought, the boulders were swiftly compiled into a book in the Library of Heaven's Path. He glanced at the hundreds of sequences that the master teachers had come up with and inscribed on the ground. Hula. Putting all of this information together, Zhongxian finally opened the book carefully. There are still 47 flaws. Zhongxian quickly browsed through the 47 flaws before reorganizing the sequence of the movements to resolve some of these flaws. When he checked once again, the number of flaws reduced to 45. He had to continue this process roughly a dozen more times before there were finally no more flaws remaining. I guess this sequence should be the correct one. Zhongxian heaved a sigh of relief before finally turning back to the crowd. At this moment, Mu Shu and the others seemed to have deduced another correct sequence, and a fervent debate broke out among them all. Stop spouting nonsense and settle it with a spar. The strongest among us is bound to have the most accurate sequence of us, Mu Shu said with a wave of his hand. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. They were just about to begin their duel when Zhongxian, who had been watching the situation all the while, suddenly flew over and said, "Hey, I have also found a sequence that I find logical. Can I join the duel? Can't you see that we're in the middle of a serious debate? Stop troubling us and go away. You just arrived just a moment ago, so what can you have possibly found? We have already been here for roughly 18 hours, but we still haven't found the right one yet." Mu Shu frowned in displeasure. "Young man, learn some humility. Don't set your eyes too high. Since you have just arrived, you should focus on watching and learning rather than trying to impress. We are dueling in order to determine whose order is the most accurate. You should go to the side and rest. We can talk after you have made sense of what the boulders mean. You do know that each of these boulders represent a different move, right? How many of them can you recognize and distinguish? If you haven't done at least that much yet, it's pointless to try sequencing them. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting." The other master teachers waved Zhongxian away dismissively. They had studied the boulders in the region for a very long time, but they were still unable to find the correct sequence. Given that, what could a fellow who had just arrived possibly know? To even think that he could possibly come up with the correct sequence within this short period of time, that was a completely ridiculous notion. Not expecting to be spurned, Zhongxian shook his head and sighed. That being said, it was not as if he could not understand the dismissive response from the others. In the 5 to 6 minutes since he had arrived there, It was impossible for an ordinary master teacher to memorize the forms on the 1,000 boulders in the area. Putting aside finding the correct sequence, they would not even have been able to put together a remotely logical battle technique. Ignore him. Let's continue our discussion. Not wanting to waste any time on an attention seeker, Mu Shu gathered the crowd and carried out a duel using the sequences that they had just deduced. However, before there was a conclusion to their duel, they suddenly felt a burst of energy pulsating not too far away. Unbeknownst to them, the young man had already activated the smooth boulder by the side, and a silhouette appeared on its face. Chapter 1747 Hall of Divine Crusade. His wasting a precious artifact for nothing. Not expecting the young man to actually make an offering to the predecessors after they had ignored him, Mu Shu frowned in disapproval. Each attempt to invoke the predecessors would require them to tribute an invaluable amount of treasures, such that they did not dare do it recklessly despite the wealth that they possessed as 9-star master teachers. Yet, the young man actually invoked the predecessors within 10 minutes of his arrival, before he could even make sense of what was going on. Just what kind of unreliable ally did they find themselves? He seems to be terribly conceited. Whatever. Once he fails, he will understand the difficulty in sequencing the moves. It isn't something that one can possibly come up with on the spur of the moment. What a waste of artifacts though. The silhouette on the boulder began moving amid the discussions of the master teachers, and Zhongxian hurriedly followed it while executing the movements that he had compiled using the Library of Heaven's Path. The internal breathing method and the movements harmonized impeccably with one another. The crowd was stunned. They had studied the boulders for 18 hours, but they had not managed to sequence the movements to such an extent. This fellow had only been there for 6 minutes, but he had already managed to harmonize his movements with the internal breathing. Their eyes widened into huge circles as they watched the sight before them with incredulity. No, that's not it. His movements are starting to diverge with the internal breathing method of the silhouette, Mu Shu suddenly remarked. The crowd quickly turned their gazes over. Just as Mu Shu had said, some discrepancies were starting to show between the movements of the young man and the internal breathing technique of the silhouette in the boulder. Disharmony was starting to appear. See, it's just as I have guessed. It's impossible to succeed in one try. It should not have been something to celebrate over, considering how they were supposedly on the same front, but somehow, the crowd could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They did want to leave this dimension and enter the corresponding subordinate hall. However, if the young man successfully found the right sequence within 5 minutes, all of their pride, dignity, and ego would be completely shattered. Their hearts were not strong enough to accept something like that. As a result, they could not help but feel gladdened by the young man's failure. However, their gladness did not last too long. The young man suddenly halted his movements and glared at the silhouette on the boulder with a disapproving frown. As if an elder disappointed by the incompetence of a junior, he sternly lectured, "The sequence you are practicing the internal breathing is wrong. Pu." The silhouette in the boulder spurted blood. Mu Shu and the others. "Follow my movements," Zhongxian commanded sternly before continuing on with his execution. The silhouette in the boulder visibly hesitated for a moment before following Zhongxian's movements as well. Mu Shu and the others were shocked speechless. This had to be the uncanniest sight that they had ever seen. They had spent 18 hours there desperately searching for the correct sequence in futility, but within minutes of his arrival, that fellow had not only found the correct sequence but was even lecturing the silhouette in the boulder, berating the latter for having gotten it wrong. The one who had left behind this secret art was either Kong Shi or one of the 72 sages, and yet, to tell the other party that they were wrong. It was as if a mini-explosion had occurred in their heads. All of a sudden, they did not feel so good. That's more like it. After giving my version a try, don't you think that the technique has gotten much stronger? Aren't the movements harmonizing much better with the internal breathing? Soon, the demonstration came to an end, and Zhongxian looked at the silhouette on the boulder with a slight smile. Catcher. Before it could respond, the silhouette suddenly wavered lightly before vanishing from sight. Following which, the boulder split open, revealing a massive stone portal. Beyond the portal, one could vaguely see a majestic palace. It was likely to be the Hall of Divine Crusade that Mushu had mentioned earlier. "Let's go together." Zhongxian beckoned for others to follow him before taking the lead into the portal. The crowd glanced at one another uncertainly before eventually entering the portal. Even at that point in time, they could not help but feel a little dreamy on the inside. Crossing the stone portal, they swiftly found that they were transported into another world. Not too far away, the Hall of Divine Crusade towered in the air. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Mushu walked up to Zhongxian and asked, "The sequence that you have come up with is clearly incompatible with the internal breathing method shown by the silhouette. Why were you still able to open the stone portal?" Mushu was not the only one who was curious about this. The others also found this occurrence unbelievable. It was apparent to them that the young man's sequence of movements did not harmonize with the internal breathing method shown by the silhouette. Yet, why did the silhouette choose to follow his movements instead and even open the stone portal? In the past, when the sequence differed, the one to spurt blood was them. I looked through the movements and realized that there were some fundamental flaws with the secret art left behind by the silhouette. So, I modified it a little in order to make it more logical and stronger. Seeing that the secret art that I modified was more correct than his, it goes without saying that it learned from me instead. Zhongxian replied as a matter-of-factly. Any cultivation technique filtered through the library of Heaven's path would eventually end up in its most perfect form. Since the secret art practiced by the silhouette was flawed, it went without saying that the silhouette would be delighted to have him correcting the flaws for it. Not only did he find the right sequence, he even corrected the mistakes made by the predecessors. In this moment, Mushu and the others found themselves so suffocated that they could not say a word at all. Just what kind of monster had they encountered? Proceeding ahead in the subordinate hall, it did not take long before they arrived in a massive square. There was a huge crowd gathered in the area. It was likely that they had entered there from the stone forest dimension, just like Mushu. However, as they did not have the celestial amulet of legacy, they could not enter the subordinate hall and had no choice but to remain outside. Murals were inscribed on the walls of the subordinate hall, detailing countless formidable techniques. The crowd was studying them intently, completely absorbed in them. Back in the stone forest dimension, they could only deduce the sequence and hope that what they had deduced was right. However, at that moment, the correct sequence was shown to them through the murals on the walls. This was similar to a diligent student being shown the answer sheet after going through a difficult examination. It went without saying that they would have to internalize everything on the answer sheet so that they could do better next time around. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Zhongxian quickly took all of those murals into the Library of Heaven's Path with a swift glance before turning his gaze to the entrance of the subordinate hall. The plaque above the subordinate hall displayed the words Hall of Divine Crusade. Those words carried an imposing presence, weighing in the hearts of those gazing upon them. The massive gates at the entrance were open, and access was only restricted by the invisible barrier shrouding the subordinate hall. Most likely, someone had already entered it. "Let me go in to take a look." With a wave of his hand, Zhongxian took out the little amulet and began making his way in. Unlike the crowd gathered outside, he passed right through the barrier and entered the subordinate hall without any problems. Su. Before Zhongxian could properly land his footing into the Hall of Divine Crusade, he suddenly felt two surges of sword chi surging right toward his heart. His face immediately darkened as he halted his footsteps. With an agile sidestep, he narrowly dodged the two surges of sword chi. Gazing forward, he saw two young men standing in front of him with a sword in their hands. Intense killing intent could be felt from the depths of their eyes, leaving the blood of others running cold. These two young men were dressed in master teacher robes. From the exterior, they seemed no different from other master teachers. However, the sheer intensity of their killing intent left one feeling as if one would be dragged down into the netherworld. Otherworldly demons. Zhongxian's eyes narrowed in alarm. He did not think that he would actually encounter otherworldly demons in there. Since that was the case, It meant that they had managed to lay their hands upon the celestial amulet of legacy corresponding to the Hall of Divine Crusade. There were 6 known celestial amulets of legacy in the world. One of them was with the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, one was with the Zhong clan, and one was with the Luo clan. As for the rest, their whereabouts were a complete mystery. Judging by the current situation, the Zhong clan's amulet corresponded to the Hall of Great Accomplishment, and it was likely that the Luo clan's amulet corresponded to the Hall of Lull. Otherwise, Luo Chichi would not have been able to get into that subordinate hall. Since there were otherworldly demons there, it was likely that one of the celestial amulets of legacy had fallen into their hands. Voila! However, it did not seem like the 2 otherworldly demons were about to give him any more time to ponder about this matter. They flicked their wrists and sent a barrage of sword chi over, not allowing them to rest for a breather at all. It was as if a roaring river was charging right at him, threatening to sweep him away with its force. These 2 otherworldly demons were actually sempiternal realm consummation expert. Humph! Zhong Xian's eyebrows shot up. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and pierced it toward one of the 2 otherworldly demons. At the same time, he brought out the Golden Origin Cauldron along with his other artifacts and sent them toward the other otherworldly demon. Chapter 1748 Stone of Divine Crusade. A few breaths later, the 2 sempiternal realm consummation otherworldly demons were killed on the spot. Even without resorting to the 5 monarchs, the seedling, and the koi fish, Zhong Xian was still able to subdue the 2 otherworldly demons with ease. He hurled their corpses into his storage ring before proceeding deeper in. What appeared before his eyes was a stately hall. Its walls were filled with paintings that emanated a warm glow. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he found a powerful pressure pressing down on him. Had his soul energy been weak, it would have been hard for him to take even a single step forward. This is a good place to temper one's soul, Zhong Xian thought as he strolled leisurely around the hall. The Hall of Great Accomplishment contained the Aeon of Ancient Sage, the energy required for one to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. The Hall of Lull contained a treasure that raised one's soul depth. Clearly, the Hall of Divine Crusade was a place for one to temper one's soul, thus strengthening one's soul energy and soul span. Wandering around the room, Zhong Xian did not find anyone else around, and a frown emerged between his brows. It was clear that the 2 otherworldly demons were serving as sentries to ward off any possible intruders from interfering in their business. As such, it was certain that there were more otherworldly demons doing something within the subordinate hall, perhaps scouring for the ultimate treasure there. But why was there no one in sight? Find authorized novels in Webnovel. Faster updates, better experience. Please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. What's in this hall? Zhong Xian asked Little Amulet telepathically. Little Amulet had its memories sealed, and they would only awaken when it came to the areas corresponding to each memory. It was likely that it would know what was inside the Hall of Divine Crusade. The greatest treasure in the Hall of Divine Crusade is the Stone of Divine Crusade left behind by Kongsha. It contains the lingering will of Kongsha, and it's extremely effective in strengthening one's soul, Little Amulet explained based on the memories it had awakened. Stone of Divine Crusade. Zhong Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. Where is it? His soul cultivation had come to a halt after reaching Aureate Body Realm consummation. If he could find the Stone of Divine Crusade, he might be able to push his soul cultivation a step further, perhaps even achieving a breakthrough to the intuitive impulse realm. It's located right behind the subordinate hall. You'll be able to see it after passing through that door, Little Amulet said as it wiggled its body to point out a direction. All right. Knowing the rough location of the Stone of Divine Crusade, Zhong Xian swiftly made his way over with widened strides. Walking out of the stately hall, he found himself standing before a relatively vast courtyard. There were boulders all around the courtyard, forming a mini stone forest by its own. A few otherworldly demons were sitting not too far away from Zhong Xian. There were deep frowns on their faces, and some of them were scratching their heads in frustration, seemingly trying to figure out something incredibly profound. At the very center of the stone forest was a stone platform. A spherical boulder was placed atop the stone platform, and it emanated a warm glow. A silhouette seemed to be dancing along the spherical boulder. Somehow, the silhouette appeared a little familiar. Instead of rushing forward to confront the otherworldly demons, Zhongxian hid himself and asked Little Amulet, "What are they doing?" Most likely, the spherical boulder at the very center was the stone of divine crusade that Little Amulet had mentioned. Why were the otherworldly demons squatting around the area instead of going right in to claim it? It's not that they don't want to enter the stone forest, but they are unable to do so. It may seem simple enough to walk into the stone forest and claim the stone of divine crusade, but the truth is that there's only a single way to enter the forest. All it takes is one wrong step to be completely devastated by sword chi. Little Amulet harumphed. Sword chi. Zhongxian was taken aback. He quickly took another look and found that there were a couple of otherworldly demons lying by the side with their eyes tightly shut. They had already breathed their last breath. "Do you know the correct path to entering the stone forest?" Zhongxian asked. "I don't." Little Amulet replied with a shake of its head. This is a trial left behind by Kong Shi to test the later generations, so there's no way he would grant me knowledge of the answer. However, it's likely to have something to do with what you encountered in the previous domain. Take a closer look. Each of those boulders contain a certain movement of a technique. As long as you can sequence these movements correctly, you should be able to enter the stone forest without any trouble. "I see," Zhongxian replied contemplatively. He took a look at the boulders around the stone forest and found that they were made of a similar material to the other boulders in the outer dimension. It seemed like there was some kind of move infused into them. Flaws. Having prior experience tackling such a puzzle, Zhongxian swiftly gathered all of the movements in the stone boulders and compiled them into a manual in the Library of Heaven's Path. As there was nothing that he could reference, there were a lot of mistakes. He altered the compiled manual according to the movements of the otherworldly demons in the stone forest, and the number of flaws immediately decreased. He continued to alter the manual over 100 times more before the sequence was finally corrected to its flawless form. "All right, I am done deducing the sequence. Will I be able to pass through the stone forest by following this sequence?" Zhongxian asked once more for verification. "As long as the sequence is correct, you should be able to get in without any trouble. However, there cannot be any mistakes at all. Otherwise, you'll have difficulties overcoming Kong Shi's sword chi," Little Amulet remarked worriedly. Zhongxian nodded in response. Going through the sequence once more, he was just about to enter the stone forest when he suddenly halted. The movements of the boulders came together to form a complete technique. However, what if the technique in this stone forest was flawed? He was confident in the competence of the Library of Heaven's Path. Any technique that had gone through the verification of the Library of Heaven's Path had to be in its most perfect form. However, there was no guarantee that the person who had set up the stone forest would be correct. Such a situation had happened earlier in the stone forest dimension. The errors made by the silhouette there could still be corrected, but errors here could easily result in his death. Infernal Black Saber. After a moment of hesitation, Zhongxian whipped out the infernal black saber. Even if he came under a barrage of sword chi, the ancient sage infernal black saber should still be able to withstand it. Following which, he summoned the golden origin cauldron and the 5 monarchs. "I'll be entering now. The rest of you, follow behind me. If any of the otherworldly demons dare to wreak havoc, kill them without any hesitation. Don't let any of them escape." Then, he went through the sequence that he had derived using the Library of Heaven's Path once more before making his way in. So far, he had not found the exit of the stone forest dimension. However, going by the rules of the other dimensions, it was likely that the exit was amid the boulders that reflected the technique that he had just grasped. After all, the crux of each dimension had always been the key to obtaining the ultimate treasure in the subordinate hall. If he had managed to get to the crux of the dimension, he would have known the correct sequence to clearing the stone forest before him and acquired the stone of divine crusade. Since he was already there, it was too late for him to return to the stone forest dimension and experiment. Thus, he could only take a step at a time and pray fervently that the technique that Kong Shi had personally created had no flaws at all. Zhongxian walked up to the very first boulder and brushed past it. However, he did not invoke the attack from the stone forest. He quickly continued, proceeding deeper in. Taking a few more steps, he finally stumbled upon the otherworldly demons, who were scratching their heads for a solution. Too lazy to even make a move on them, Zhongxian simply flitted past them and proceeded ahead. A fool rushing to his death. Seeing the human who had appeared out of nowhere charging in without the slightest hesitation, the otherworldly demons sneered coldly. It had taken the deaths of several of their companions in order for them to comprehend the rules of the stone forest. They knew that they could not mess around in the stone forest, or else they would suffer tragic deaths before they knew it. On the other hand, that fellow had actually charged randomly around the area as soon as he arrived. This worked in their favor, too. They could use that fellow as a sacrificial pawn to help them scout out the road. With such thoughts in mind, they gazed upon the young man with contemptuous smiles on their faces. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the young man proceeded deeper and deeper into the stone forest, not sustaining the slightest damage at all. Slowly, the smiles on their faces faded. This isn't right. He seems to know the correct path. Quick, follow him. No matter how foolish they might have been, the truth could not have been more apparent after seeing this sight. It was obvious that the young man knew the right path. Thus, the leading otherworldly demon barked out an order and quickly traced Zhongxian's trail. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly felt an intense killing intent pouring down on them. Turning around, they saw a bunch of beasts and artifacts charging up to them. Get them! Ding Ding bellowed coldly, and the hordes of beasts and artifacts charged forth. Pili Pala. A few minutes later, the otherworldly demons were left lying on the ground, their eyes bulging in disbelief even after they had breathed their last breath. Chapter 1749 Advancement in Soul Cultivation. Passing through boulder after boulder, it did not take long for Zhongxian to reach the stone platform at the very center. He could not help but frown in astonishment. I'm not getting attacked at all. Could it be that this technique has reached the level of a Heaven's Path technique as well? If that's the case, who in the world would be able to cultivate it? The sequence that he had used was based on the perfect manual that he had compiled using the Library of Heaven's Path, and it was actually the correct answer to clearing the stone forest. Did this not mean that the secret art left in this stone forest had also reached the level of a Heaven's Path technique? Could Kong Shi really possess the Library of Heaven's Path, just like me? Zhongxian deduced contemplatively. Considering that this trial was in one of the subordinate halls, it was likely that the secret art had been left behind by Kong Shi. Zhongxian was certain that it would be impossible for anyone who did not possess the Heaven's Path Shenqi to successfully practice any Heaven's Path technique. Otherwise, he would not have had to impart a simplified version to them each and every time. The fact that Kong Shi had created such a secret art meant that it was highly likely that the other party possessed the Heaven's Path Shenqi and was able to practice Heaven's Path techniques. The only possibility of that happening was if Kong Shi possessed the Library of Heaven's Path as well. Zhongxian pondered on this matter for a while, but he knew that the only way to verify it was for him to meet Kong Shi once more. Thus, he decisively tossed the matter to the back of his head and calmed his mind down. Following which, he slowly walked up to the Stone of Divine Crusade on top of the stone platform and grabbed it. Wang. Sensing Zhongxian's approaching hand, the Stone of Divine Crusade emanated a blinding light. In an instant, Zhongxian felt as if someone had plunged his soul into the midst of burning lava, causing searing heat to suffuse his body. Humph! Given how Zhongxian was able to survive even the Empyrean heavenly flame, what could heat of this level possibly do to him? He swiftly suppressed the burning sensation within before biting his finger and dripping a droplet of blood on the Stone of Divine Crusade. It did not take long before the Stone of Divine Crusade finally abandoned all attempts to retaliate and acknowledged him as its master. As soon as he received the acknowledgement of the Stone of Divine Crusade, the searing sensation swiftly vanished, replaced with a feeling of warmth. As the silhouette on the Stone of Divine Crusade moved, a surge of concentrated soul energy gushed into his body, nourishing his primordial spirit. Zhongxian immediately knew that this was a good opportunity for him to push for a breakthrough, so he crossed his legs and sat down. He drew his primordial spirit out of his body and touched the stone of divine crusade. Hong long long. As concentrated soul energy flowed from the stone of divine crusade into his primordial spirit, Zhongxian could feel himself growing stronger and stronger. It did not take long before his current bottleneck was torn down, and his soul cultivation surged into higher realms. 2 hours later, he had already reached Great Sage 3 Dan Intuitive Impulse Realm consummation. After reaching that realm, the rate of advancement of his soul cultivation suddenly slowed considerably. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the silhouette dancing on the stone of divine crusade had already come to a halt, as if fatigued from all its dancing. It seems like the stone of divine crusade needs to recharge. Zhongxian chuckled softly. The stone of divine crusade harnessed concentrated soul energy that could be used to raise one's soul cultivation, but just like spirit stones, the amount of soul energy within it was limited. It could not supply an endless stream of soul energy. However, after taming the stone of divine crusade, Zhongxian knew that unlike spirit stones, the stone of divine crusade was not a one-time use artifact. It could be reused once more after it was allowed to recharge for some time. Otherwise, it would not have been placed at the center of one of the subordinate halls, requiring one to overcome numerous trials to acquire. Now that my soul cultivation has reached the intuitive impulse realm, I wonder if that is possible. At the intuitive impulse realm, a cultivator would be able to vaguely sense the will of the heavens, allowing him to take steps to avert danger. As one who possessed the library of heaven's path, he knew that he would suffer the backlash of heavens if he raised his cultivation to that level. So, he wondered if it would be the same for his soul cultivation as well. Thus, he returned his primordial spirit to his physical body and tried to grasp at the intangible will of the heavens. Catcher, catcher. The next moment, a powerful streak of lightning descended from the heavens, causing his body to convulse under its might. Indeed. Zhongxian's cheeks twitched as he grumbled with a darkened face. He had thought that his primordial spirit might be an exception to the rule, but it seemed like that was not the case. From the looks of it, it was impossible for him to try peering into the secrets of the heavens. Divine retribution would instantaneously fall upon him the moment that he tried to do so. However, the most powerful ability that intuitive impulse realm experts wielded was their ability to predict the future in advance. If he could not utilize that ability, his fighting prowess would be severely compromised. Since that could not be helped, he would just have to regard this as a simple advancement in his zhenqi and strength. Previously, he would still have struggled a little to confront a sempiternal realm consummation expert with the Dragonbone Divine Spear. If he wanted to kill the other party, he would have to either launch an unexpected assault or use other means to support him. However, with the advancement in his soul cultivation, he could already crush the other party through sheer strength. Knowing that it would be hard for him to further advance his cultivation within a short period of time, Zhongxian was just about to place the stone of divine crusade back into his storage ring when he heard an anxious voice. "Master, can you lend me that stone in your hand?" Hearing that voice, Zhongxian's eyes widened in agitation. "Vicious, when did you wake up?" he asked anxiously. The voice came from none other than Vicious, who had gone into hibernation while trying to assimilate his upper body. Zhongxian did not think that the other party would awaken at a time like this. "I woke up after sensing the soul energy emanated by the stone of divine crusade. Master, can you lend me that for a use? My soul is currently a little weak, and that stone will help me swiftly recover from my weakness," Vicious requested. Zhongxian was slightly surprised to see that Vicious was able to recognize the stone of divine crusade, but considering that he had fought on equal terms with Kongsha in the past, it was indeed likely that he would be well versed in the treasures of Kongsha. "But I have already absorbed all the soul energy in the stone of divine crusade," Zhongxian replied with a frown. Similar to a spirit stone devoid of spiritual energy, he did not see how the empty stone of divine crusade would be of any use to Vicious. "Master, if all the stone of divine crusade is capable of was storing soul energy, it would be unqualified to be considered as one of Kongsha's prized possessions. Master, please bring me out and pass the stone to me," Vicious implored. "All right then," Zhongxian nodded. With a flick of his wrist, He took out the Book of Heaven's Path and placed the Stone of Divine Crusade on it. Voila! The Book of Heaven's Path opened, revealing half of Vicious' body. With a light tap, the Stone of Divine Crusade flew out and revolved steadily around the otherworldly demons who had been killed in the stone forest earlier. Wang. A few moments later, the silhouette on the surface of the Stone of Divine Crusade began moving once more as a brilliant light shone from it. The Stone of Divine Crusade is absorbing the souls of others. Zhongxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Through the eye of insight, he could see the Stone of Divine Crusade purifying the souls of the deceased otherworldly demons and converting them into concentrated soul energy. The Stone of Divine Crusade has the ability to cleanse and devour souls. To soul cultivators, it's a treasure on par with ancient sage artifacts. In fact, the Seal of Souls of the Soul Oracle Guild is made out of the same material as the Stone of Divine Crusade. Vicious explained. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The Seal of Souls is made out of the same material. Zhongxian was stunned for a moment before widening his eyes in realization. It was no wonder he found the Stone of Divine Crusade rather familiar. So that was the reason. One must know that the Seal of Souls was currently sitting quietly in his storage ring. It was just that he had not really used it yet. To be able to absorb souls and convert them into concentrated soul energy, the ability of the Stone of Divine Crusade is indeed terrifying. Zhongxian nodded in agreement. If all the Stone of Divine Crusade was capable of doing was supplying one with concentrated soul energy between long intervals, it would be unworthy of being called an ultimate treasure. After all, there were probably plenty of resources out there that could substitute it. However, if it was able to recharge swiftly as well by absorbing and cleansing souls, it would indeed be a formidable artifact worthy of becoming any major clan's family heirloom. You can hold on to it. The ability of the Stone of Divine Crusade could be said to be a malevolent one. However, Zhongxian believed that it was foolish to classify artifacts as malevolent or benevolent. Ultimately, it depended on who was using it. In the hands of a good person, even the most vicious weapon could be used for good. Conversely, in the hands of a bad person, even the most seemingly harmless object could be used for evil. Thinking back, the trial to obtain the Stone of Divine Crusade had been unbelievably harsh. The requirement to clear the stone forest was actually to cultivate a secret art that had reached the level of Heaven's Path, and this was a feat impossible for any cultivators without the Library of Heaven's Path. Somehow, Zhongxian felt as if Kongsha was aware of his existence. It was as if the Stone of Divine Crusade had been left just for him. After all, no one other than him could have reached the Stone of Divine Crusade. Thank you, Master. Vicious thanked Zhongxian in agitation. Following which, he began to absorb the soul energy of the Stone of Divine Crusade and reinforce his soul. Chapter 1750 Apricot Pavilion. How far has your strength recovered after assimilating your upper body? Zhongxian asked as he watched Vicious recovering more and more as he absorbed the energy from the Stone of Divine Crusade. Vicious had recovered a great deal by assimilating his finger, head, and eyes. Considering how huge his entire upper body was, he should be able to raise his cultivation significantly by assimilating it as well. Master, my strength is currently equivalent to a newly ascended ancient sage. Vicious replied. Ancient sage? Zhongxian's eyes lit up in excitement. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. He had been wondering if Vicious' fighting prowess would be raised to ancient sage after assimilating the upper body, and that was indeed the case. Even if Vicious only wielded strength comparable to a new ancient sage, given his previous fighting experience, the chances were that he would be far stronger than the ancient sage otherworldly demon corpse that he had forged. Paired with the infernal black saber, that would be equivalent to having a real ancient sage protecting him all the time. He would not have to be too worried about his safety for the time being. My upper body has been suppressed under the sanctum of sages for tens of thousands of years, and all of the killing intent within has pretty much been squeezed out, leaving behind nothing but pure power. In my current state, I should be able to pass off as a master teacher while using my powers without anyone seeing through it, Vicious added. That's really great. Zhongxian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Even with his standing on the master teacher continent, it would still be unsafe for him to get too involved with the otherworldly demons. Considering the tension between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe, a simple accusation that he was colluding with the otherworldly demonic tribe could land him in deep trouble. Thus, as far as he could, he wanted to distance himself from any possible connections with the enemy. Considering how Sage Kuei was Kongsha's grand student, as well as the fact that he had made use of his sculpture and the academic aura in the Sanctum of Sages to suppress Vicious' upper body for tens of thousands of years, it was no wonder that the killing intent within had been purified. With this, he would be able to use Vicious without worrying about others misunderstanding him. All right, I'll leave you to recover your soul. Try to get to your peak as soon as possible. Knowing that he had yet another powerful trump card in his possession, Zhongxian heaved a sigh of relief before making his way out of the stone forest. The opened temple of Confucius had attracted many ancient sages, and it was likely that some of them bore malicious intentions toward him. The stronger Vicious was, the greater the guarantee on his safety. In any case, it would never hurt to be more careful. Stowing his artifacts and tamed beasts away, Zhongxian returned to the hall and collected the paintings on the wall one after another. Then, he turned around and headed to the entrance. Leaving the Hall of Divine Crusade, he saw that there was a large group of master teachers outside sitting around the perimeter of the subordinate hall, still deeply focused on learning the secret arts inscribed on the walls. Where else could Yuan Dao be if he isn't here? Zhongxian frowned. The fact that there were only otherworldly demons there meant that the 100 schools of philosophers had not been there. If that was the case, where did Yuan Dao go? Zhongxian intended to return to the stone forest dimension to continue searching for Yuan Dao when he suddenly felt something. He flicked his wrist and took out his communication jade token. There was a line of words on the token. Zhongxian, come to the Apricot Pavilion as soon as you can. A message from Luo Ruoxin. Apricot Pavilion. Where is the Apricot Pavilion? Wait a moment, is it possible to send messages across different dimensions? Zhongxian was confused. He had tried when he first arrived, and the conclusion that he had come to was that the communication jade token only worked when they were in the same dimensions. Yet, he had received Luo Ruoxin's message. He was certain that the Apricot Pavilion was not in that dimension, or he would have already seen it. When did it become possible to send messages across different dimensions? If it was possible to do so, why had he not been able to reach Luo Ruoxin or his parents earlier on? As if sensing Zhongxian's doubt, Luo Ruoxin sent another message over. The Apricot Pavilion corresponds to the desert dimension. I'll wait for you in the desert dimension. Desert dimension? Zhongxian repeated with a frown. He pondered for a brief moment before returning to the stone forest dimension. As he knew where the various exits were, it did not take him long to backtrack to the desert dimension. At that moment, there was no longer any sweltering heat in the desert dimension. Spiritual energy suffused the area. Except for the fact that there was no greenery or native beasts in the dimension, its environment bore some similarities to the forest dimension that he had been in. Most of the cultivators who had entered the desert dimension chose to sit down on the spot to cultivate, and their hard work had been significantly rewarded. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator whom he had been with earlier had achieved a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm as well after several hours of absence. At the same time, he also looked much younger in terms of appearance. Knowing that this was the mystical effects of the Temple of Confucius, Zhongxian did not dwell too much on it. He quickly determined the direction to the oasis and flitted over. It did not take long before he found Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chen. You're here, Luo Ruoxin remarked with a smile. As if seeing right through Zhongxian's doubts, she explained, the dimensions in the Temple of Confucius have already been opened. It's no surprise that we are able to send messages to one another now that the space has been joined together. The space has been joined together? Zhongxian taken aback for a moment before widening his eyes in realization. It seemed like when he opened an exit, He was effectively joining two dimensions together. Considering how master teachers were now able to traverse from dimension to dimension without any trouble, it was not surprising that messages were able to do the same. How did you know that this dimension corresponds to the Apricot Pavilion? Zhong Xian asked. It was impossible to know what the name of the subordinate hall was before entering it. If Luo Ruoxin knew such details about the Temple of Confucius, why did she not tell him in advance? Considering how some people have already been to the exteriors of the Temple of Confucius, it isn't too surprising that I know. Not only so, I have also managed to find out the details of the other subordinate halls, Luo Ruoxin said. All in all, the 6 subordinate halls are the Great Kue Hall of Literature, Apricot Pavilion, Twin Auxiliary Halls, Hall of Great Accomplishment, Hall of Lull, and Hall of Divine Crusade. Those from the 100 schools of philosophers possess the celestial amulet of legacy to enter the Great Kue Hall of Literature, and they have already taken away Kong Shi's entire collection of books. The Master Teacher Pavilion has the amulet to enter the Twin Auxiliary Halls. The amulets in the possession of the Luo clan, Zhong clan, and otherworldly demonic tribe correspond to the Hall of Lull, Hall of Great Accomplishment, and Hall of Divine Crusade respectively. Those places have already been opened and explored, leaving only the Apricot Pavilion behind. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who took the crux of the desert dimension away, right? Let's enter the Apricot Pavilion together and see how we can obtain the ultimate treasure of this subordinate hall. Are you referring to this seedling? Zhong Xian asked. Yuan Luo Ruoxin nodded in response. We need to hurry up. There are already a couple of people there, and the 100 schools of philosophers are also intending to use Yuan Dao's emperor bloodline to get into the Apricot Pavilion. I'm not too sure what exactly they are intending to do. I understand. Hearing that Yuan Dao was in the area as well, Zhong Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go in. Luo Ruoxin turned to Wu Chen. Yuan. Wu Chen nodded before tapping his finger upward. Sila. A crack appeared in the space above the oasis, and a spatial passageway formed before their eyes. Vaguely, one could see a grand palace at the very end of the passageway. Tearing apart space with just a single finger, Zhong Xian frowned. Having been to the desert dimension before, he knew how resilient its space was. At the very least, one had to reach ancient sage in order to be able to tear apart its space. Yet, Wu Chen was able to pierce through it with just a single finger, much more easily than what the infernal black saber was capable of. Could it be that he had stumbled upon his own fortuitous encounter and successfully advanced to ancient sage? Let's go. Luo Ruoxin noted the confusion in Zhong Xian's eyes, but perhaps because they were in a rush, she did not explain the matter to him. Instead, she took the lead and flew into the spatial passageway. Zhong Xian followed closely behind her. Just like the previous few times that he had arrived in an exterior of the Temple of Confucius, he found himself standing before a towering building after traveling for some time. There were 2 massive words inscribed on the entrance plaque that radiated faint light: Apricot Pavilion. Just as Luo Ruoxin had said, there were a lot of people gathered outside the Apricot Pavilion. There were some from the 100 schools of philosophers, some from the otherworldly demonic tribe, and a couple of those from the beast tribe as well. Heavy tension weighed in the air, although the different parties did not come to blows with one another. They seemed to be waiting patiently for the final subordinate hall of the Temple of Confucius to be opened. Vaguely, one could feel overwhelming auras lingering in the background. It seemed like the only reason that they were enjoying this eerie, transient peace was because of the ancient sages tying one another down. Chapter 1751 Apricot Tree Zhongshe. As soon as Zhong Xian arrived in the area as well, Ren Shi from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters immediately headed forward to greet him. Following which, the Luo clan's Luo Ganzhen, Jiang clan's Jiang Fangyu, and a couple other powerhouses from the Master Teacher continent gathered around him. It seemed like those people had stumbled upon their own fortuitous encounters as well. Just like his parents, they had all reached sempiternal realm consummation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhong Xian realized that other than the 6 outer dimensions and the subordinate halls, there were a few unique spacetime regions in the Temple of Confucius. Those who managed to stumble upon one would find their flow of time accelerating, and overcoming the bottlenecks that they faced in their cultivation would be much easier. From the looks of it, it was clear that they had benefited greatly from the Temple of Confucius, and their journey had not been wasted. On the contrary, it seemed like it was only Zhongxian, who had been busy wandering around the area and did not spend too much time cultivating, who was lagging behind the others. First and foremost, I should save Yuan Dao. While he was chatting, Zhongxian caught sight of Yuan Dao's figure amid the crowd where the offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers were gathered. Just like Zhao Ya and Wei Ruyan, Yuan Dao's senses had been sealed, so he could not sense that Zhongxian was in the vicinity. Upon seeing that Zhongxian was intending to head over, Rensha hurriedly tried to persuade him. Zhongshu, the ancient sages have already announced that the different powers aren't to make a move on one another. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed on the spot. That's a rule that the ancient sages decided upon in order to secure the safety of the younger generation. Otherwise, if a battle erupted and all of their geniuses who have a chance of advancing to ancient sage were killed, their journey here would have been in vain. Luo Ganzhen added. Given the current circumstances, it would be best not to get into a conflict with them. Besides, with our ancient sages around, I doubt that they will dare harm Yuan Dao. Zhongxian knew that what Luo Ganzhen said was right, but he could not help hesitating. They're right, Luo Ruoxin remarked with a smile. The 100 schools of philosophers won't harm Yuan Dao yet. If we make a reckless move here, the situation could take a turn for the worse. It would be better to save him after we enter the Apricot Pavilion, where the ancient sages can no longer interfere. Besides, this might also be a good opportunity for Yuan Dao. Good opportunity. Zhongxian frowned. Yuan. The Apricot Pavilion is the area where Kongshu imparted his teachings to others, so his words echo within the entire building. Since the 100 schools of philosophers has kidnapped Yuan Dao, it's certain that they have made preparations for something with his emperor bloodline. This could be an opportunity for him, and it would be a huge loss if we saved him right now. Taking a step back, even if he is placed in a dangerous position, we can step in and save him at any moment. Luo Ruoxin said. Zhongxian nodded in realization. He did not know that the Apricot Pavilion was the place where Kongshu had imparted his teachings to others. Back then, when he was still in the Hongyuan Empire, he had made a reputation for himself with his impartation of heaven's will by inducing the breakthrough of cultivators, animals, and even plants. Considering that Kongshu was far stronger than him, his teachings were bound to be on a far higher level. It was no wonder a mere root was able to trap so many powerful experts at once. Most likely, the root had also listened to Kongshu's teachings, and its sentience blossomed, thus bestowing it extraordinary capabilities. It's going to open very soon. While the few of them were talking among themselves, a loud rumbling sound reminiscent of thunder echoed from the underground. Following which, the seal shrouding the Apricot Pavilion emanated a brilliant flash of light. With the experience from the Hall of Great Accomplishment, Zhongxian knew that this was a sign that the subordinate hall was about to open, and his hands could not help but tremble slightly in anticipation. Wang. Soon, the massive gates slowly creaked open. "Let's go," a person amid the crowd bellowed. After that, Yuan Dao made an incision at the tip of his finger and squeezed out a droplet of blood. The energy within the blood swiftly enveloped the group from the 100 schools of philosophers, and they began making their way to the seal. They were able to slip right through the seal without any issues. A lot of the otherworldly demons also made their way to the seal as well. It was unsure what kind of secret art they used, but shockingly, they were actually able to bypass the seal to enter the Apricot Pavilion. Noting the doubtful look on Zhongxian's face, Luo Ruoxin telepathically explained, "There are some otherworldly demons who possess similar constitutions to Yuan Dao." Hearing that, Zhongxian nodded in response. Unique constitutions were not a trait unique to just humans. It was not too surprising that the otherworldly demons had unique constitutions similar to those of humans. Hula. After the otherworldly demons entered, those from the beast tribe quickly flew toward the seal as well. Unlike the other two groups, they threw an amulet into the air, and the amulet swiftly enveloped them in a unique layer of energy. It was the last celestial amulet of legacy. As many had guessed, It was really in the hands of the beast tribe. Let's enter as well. Seeing that most of the powers had entered the subordinate hall, Zhongxian flicked his wrist and took little amulet. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. He was just about to shroud the entire crowd with the powers of little amulet when Wu Chen suddenly clasped his fist and said, "Milady and Zhongsha, I'll wait outside for the two of you." After saying those words, he took a step back and retreated from the area shrouded by little amulet. As if knowing that Wu Chen would make such a decision, Luo Ruoxin nodded calmly in response. "Yuan. Let's go." Zhongxian was perplexed. He's already an ancient sage. Even with the powers of the prime amulet, he won't be able to enter the subordinate hall. Luo Ruoxin explained. As expected. Hearing Luo Ruoxin admitting it, Zhongxian nodded in realization. He had guessed that earlier, but to think that it was actually true. It seemed like the eon of ancient sage in the Hall of Great Accomplishment was not the only way for one to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage in the Temple of Confucius. Most likely, Wu Chen had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter of his own. Hulala. Zhongxian released some of the tamed beasts from his myriad ant-hive nest and brought Luo Gan's hen, Jiang Fangyu, and the others into the majestic palace before him instead. Unlike the other subordinate halls, what lay beyond the entrance was not a vast room but a courtyard that spanned a diameter of 100 meters. At the very center was a towering altar locked down by some kind of seal. Nevertheless, an oppressive aura could be felt drifting forth from it, keeping everyone at bay. On the two sides of the towering altar were dozens of apricot trees planted neatly in 2 rows. It was still in the midst of winter in the apricot hall, so the trees had already shed their leaves, leaving behind forlorn branches. The space directly in front of the towering altar was filled with round cushions. With just a swift glance, Zhongxian could tell that there were at least 3,000 of them. Most likely, this corresponded to Kong Shi's 3,000 students. So, this is the apricot pavilion. Zhongxian frowned. He had thought that the place would appear to be more sacred or deific. Contrary to his expectations, it looked very ordinary. When Kong Shi imparted his teachings, his students would be listening below. Luo Ruoxin explained with a nod. Don't underestimate this place. As shabby as it might appear to you, it's actually the most important location in the Temple of Confucius aside from the Prime Hall. It's the most important location aside from the Prime Hall? Zhongxian frowned in confusion. Other than the towering altar and a couple of trees, there was nothing that seemed to be of significance within this courtyard. It did not feel like a place where treasures would be kept. He honestly could not tell how important this place was supposed to be. Kong Shi's impartation of heavens will reached an advanced level. Those cushions and apricot trees likely possess lives of their own. Otherwise, those from the 100 schools of philosophers would have already charged right ahead to the altar. They wouldn't be standing there motionlessly, clearly biding their time, Luo Ruoxin told Zhongxian telepathically. Hearing those words, Zhongxian's eyebrows leaped up in astonishment. When he utilized the impartation of heavens will back at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had managed to instill spirit even within ordinary weapons. As such, it was no wonder that Kong Shi was able to bestow sentience upon mere cushions and trees. Seeing that the 100 schools of philosophers were dawdling in front, refusing to proceed at all, one of the beasts impatiently growled, "Are you all heading forward or not? Otherwise, we'll be making our way over first. If you aren't going to enter, we'll be moving ahead of you. You'd better not dream of snatching whatever treasure we obtain from us, or else we'll give you hell to pay for," another beast spat coldly. A young man from the 100 schools of philosophers, seemingly their leader, chuckled softly and said, "Feel free to enter if you wish to. We're intending to wait a little longer." He was none other than the scholarly young man whom Zhongxian had encountered at the White Creek Mountain, the descendant of ancient sage Zi Yuan, Yang Shui. So be it. Seeing that the 100 schools of philosophers was really not intending to make a move, the beast harumphed coldly. "A useless bunch of cowards you lot are. Since they don't dare enter, let's go in." With that, the beast began dashing toward the cushions right in front. From experience, The beast knew that even the most ordinary-looking object in the Temple of Confucius could possibly be an invaluable treasure. Considering how these cushions had remained perfectly intact even after the passing of tens of thousands of years, there was no doubt that there was something special about them. Hula. But before the beast could even reach the cushions, the sharp sound of something piercing through the air echoed. It hurriedly turned its head around, only to see a tree branch surging in its direction. The branch's movement was so forceful that it tore a black rift in its path of motion. Woo! At the same time, a couple of apricot trees marched forward and encircled the beasts. Chapter 1752 Yang Shui's astonishment. A mere couple of trees actually dare to block our path? Dream on. The beast who had spoken earlier raised its talons and swiped it down. Its talons were incredibly sharp, possibly on par with great sage artifacts. With its aggressive move, the surrounding space shuddered a little, and small pitch-black dimension rifts appeared in the air. The talons and fangs of those from the beast tribe were top-notch materials for forging great sage artifacts. Furthermore, the beast wielded strength on par with the 5 monarchs. Even sempiternal realm consummation master teachers would have trouble defending against its assault. Under normal circumstances, such sharp talons should have been more than enough to tear the tree branches into shreds. Yet, before those talons could reach their target, a resounding "pa" sound suddenly echoed in the air. A glaring laceration appeared on the face of the beast. A tree branch had materialized from nowhere and whipped the beast right in its face. Raw. The burning pain on its face left the beast feeling deeply humiliated and frenzied. It swiped its claws furiously against the tree branches ahead of it, creating a nearly impregnable wall of attacks before it. Despite that, the tree branch was still able to slip past its defenses during crucial moments and accurately strikes its areas of weakness. Before long, the body of the beast was already covered with glaring lacerations, and fresh blood flowed ceaselessly from its body. Seeing that their leader was in a disadvantageous position, the remaining beasts immediately rushed forward to offer their support. However, as tree branches whipped through the air, it did not take long for them to be grounded on the floor, completely powerless to retaliate at all. Seeing such a sight, the eyebrows of the crowd twitched frenziedly. They were unable to believe what they were seeing. Those of the beast tribe were known to possess superior physical prowess compared to average cultivators, yet they were all done in by a single apricot tree. Witnessing such a sight, the scholarly young man, Yang Shui, chuckled softly before closing his eyes, as if he had expected things to end in such a manner. A young man from the 100 schools of philosophers walked up to Yang Shui and asked with a suppressed voice, "Shall we make a move? If we could save them right now, we might be able to win their gratitude and successfully tame them." Considering how badly those beasts were being pummeled, if they could intervene at this moment and save them, it was very likely that they could win their goodwill and convince them to serve as their tamed beasts. There's no need for that. Putting aside the fact that it's uncertain whether we'll be able to save them or not, just the fact that we didn't stop them earlier is enough to turn their hostility toward us, Yang Shui replied calmly. Besides, these apricot trees only serve to halt intruders from proceeding any further. They won't kill anyone, so you don't have to worry. All right then, the young man nodded. It was indeed likely that those beasts would harbor some grudges toward them for not stopping them when they attempted to advance earlier. Even if they were to step forward and save them right now, those beasts would only take it as if they were trying to humiliate them. In the worst-case scenario, the beasts might even direct their wrath toward them. Those beasts won't be able to get away. Once we succeed, they will follow us around obediently. Then, we won't be able to shake them off even if we want to. Yang Shui chuckled softly. At this moment, however, a young man at the very back of the crowd suddenly dashed forward as swift as a bolt of lightning. Who? In the blink of an eye, he was already right before the beasts. He adept weaved a net using his junchi and dragged all of the beasts out of the attacking range of the apricot trees. Thank you for saving our lives. Knowing that the young man was trying to save them, the beasts turned to him with looks of gratitude. However, contrary to expectations, the young man suddenly dashed right into their midst and pili-pala. Fists and kicks were hurled here and there. The beasts were stunned. Those from the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe were stunned as well. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. They had thought that the young man had saved those beasts in order to win their goodwill and successfully recruit them to his side. Yet, after saving them from the whipping branches of the apricot trees, he proceeded to pummel them by himself. What the heck? The apricot trees also stared at one another in confusion. The tree branches that they had extended to teach the young man a lesson for interfering in their affairs retracted in apprehension. They had thought that the young man was trying to save those beasts from them, but it turned out that he wanted to pummel them as well. Was it because their whipping had awakened something in the depths of his heart and he wanted to give it a try? This is our opportunity. Yang Shui was stunned for a moment before a confident smile crept onto his lips. He immediately turned to the other offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers and urged, "Those beasts are being unjustly tortured by that young man over there. As long as we step forward to stop that young man, we'll be able to win their gratitude and loyalty." Yes. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. The beasts there had all reached sempiternal realm consummation. Taming any one of them would mean a massive surge in their fighting prowess. If they could return to the 100 schools of philosophers with even one of them, their standing would surely rise through the ranks. Let's save those beasts from the distress they are in. Thus, the young men hurriedly rushed forward and brandished the swords in their hands toward the young man physically abusing those beasts. "What are you doing? Stop your ridiculous actions. It's fate that we met here. Friends from the beast tribe, we can't watch idly as you are bullied by this young man. Friends from the beast tribe, we are here to save you." The young men issued resounding declarations, spouting righteous words one after another. In that moment, they seemed like heroes who had taken it upon themselves to vanquish the world of evil. "Those fellows sure catch on fast." Yang Shui nodded in approval. "They know what they have to do in order to win the gratitude of those beasts. As long as they win the goodwill of the beasts, it will be much easier for them to tame them afterward." He was just about to continue issuing a few more orders to direct the situation when his eyes suddenly bulged out of his eyes. An utterly horrified expression appeared on his face as an expletive escaped from his mouth. Sh**t. What the heck is happening now? Before the swords of his comrades could even strike the young man pummeling those beasts, the beasts roared furiously. They swiped their claws and swept their tails toward his comrades, and in the blink of an eye, the geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers were lying on the ground, bruised all over. Not only so, the de facto leader of the beast tribe even howled in fury. "What the heck are you lot from the 100 schools of philosophers trying to pull? Try hindering us one more time from getting pummeled, and I swear that I'll eat all of you alive. This bunch of idiots. Can't you all see that we are enjoying the pummeling that this expert is bestowing upon us? Shameless hero wannabes. Scram and stop bothering us." The beasts bellowed with the utmost fury. After sending the crowd flying, they turned back to the young man and pitifully pleaded, "Please continue to hit us as hard as you can. Please. Harder. Harder." Yang Shui and the others clutched their hair in frenzy. The eyes of the otherworldly demons also grew as wide as chicken eggs, and they even forgot to gulp down their saliva. The apricot trees had also stopped moving, and their branches had fallen to the wintry ground out of utter shock. It was as if they could not process what was going on. Those of the beast tribe had always been known to be haughty and egoistical. Why in the world were they deriving joy from being pummeled like that? There had been cries of agony, not cries of delight, when the apricot trees were pummeling them earlier. Did something weird awaken in them during this short period of time? "Submit to me, and I'll beat you up whenever I have time." Zhongxian waved his hand grandly. The hide of the beasts was a little too thick. His hand was starting to hurt from all the pummeling that he had done. "That would be our pleasure. Paying respects to Master. Long live our Master. Woo! Kuala." The next moment, all of the beasts kneeled onto the ground with proud looks on their faces. It was clear that they did not think that it was beneath them to acknowledge the young man as their master. "Catcher." Yang Shui tugged out a clump of hair from the top of his head, but too overwhelmed with shock, he could not feel anything at all. The heck? What the hell are you all feeling so proud about? You are going to become someone's tamed beast. No matter how high your standing may be, it doesn't change the fact that you are a mere pet. A pet, do you get it? Is this something to be happy about? To actually submit to someone else after being pummeled? When did those of the beast tribe become so easy to tame? After taming the beasts, the young man waved his hand before walking into the midst of the apricot trees. All right, I have exacted vengeance for you. Seeing how the young man had become so bloated up after taming those beasts, Yang Shui could not help but sneer coldly. His courting death. Whatever tricks he had used on the beasts in order to tame them, there was no way that it would work on the apricot trees. Those apricot trees were existences that had heard Kong Shi's teachings. Confronting them was no different from courting death. Before Yang Shui's contemptuous gaze, the young man had finally arrived right before the apricot trees. Hula! The apricot trees swiftly encircled the young man, leaving no room for the latter to retreat at all. Chapter 1753 Dictum of Absolute Truth, Decree to Dictate Spring and Autumn. The young man who had tamed the beasts and stepped into the midst of the apricot trees was, of course, none other than Zhongxian. Seeing that there were so many beasts who wielded strength on par with the 5 monarchs, there was no way that he was going to pass on this ideal opportunity to bolster his forces. Thus, when he saw the tree branches whipping them viciously, his first reaction had been to dash forward and save them before pummeling them himself. Through injecting the Heaven's Path Shunqi into their bodies, he was able to heal their injuries and remove whatever traumas were within their bodies. His actions had immediately won him the respect and gratitude of the beasts, and they had willingly acknowledged him as their master. At that very moment, he was completely surrounded by a thick layer of apricot trees. They were eyeing him intently, and it seemed as if they would lash him dead the moment that he showed an opening. Nevertheless, Zhongxian did not panic at all. Instead, he flicked his wrist and took out a jade-like root. Voila! It was as if the apricot trees had seen a seal of approval, and they quickly opened up a path for Zhongxian to pass through. Zhongxian had intended on passing right through the opened path, but he suddenly halted and pondered for a moment. Then, he sent a telepathic message to the apricot trees. Wait a moment. The reason you are so powerful is that you listened to Kong Shi's teachings, right? Why don't I conduct a lecture for you, too? The apricot trees were so formidable because they had listened to Kong Shi's teachings. Previously, Zhongxian had wondered if Kong Shi had the library of Heaven's Path as well, especially given the fact that the latter was able to cultivate a technique at the level of Heaven's Path. Since these apricot trees had heard Kong Shi's teachings before, they should be able to deem whether his lecture or Kong Shi's was better. This could serve as a gauge for him to determine whether Kong Shi really possessed the library of Heaven's Path or not. It was an indirect manner of doing so, but this was the best he could do at the moment. Voila! The apricot trees shook their branches in confusion. We have already opened up a path for you to pass. Why do you still want to conduct a lecture for us? Paying no heed to the confusion of the apricot trees, Zhongxian began on his lecture. The path of cultivation isn't just limited to men and beasts. Plants are able to seek enlightenment through cultivation as well. Hulala! The apricot trees were a little perplexed at the start, but after listening to a portion of the lecture, they began to dance excitedly around the area. It seemed as if they could not curb the overflowing exhilaration in their heart. The content of the other party's lecture was as deep and profound as Kong Shi's, and every single word that he spoke seemed to hammer right into the core of their existence. In other words, while the young man before them might not seem like anything much, in terms of imparting knowledge, he was already on par with Kong Shi. While Zhongxian was busy imparting knowledge to the apricot trees, Yang Shui, the other offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers, and the otherworldly demons frowned in incomprehension to the bizarre situation before them. They had expected that fellow to be whipped viciously once he stepped into the midst of the apricot trees, similar to what had happened with the beasts. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the apricot trees did not make a move on him at all. Instead, they seemed to have fallen into a daze. He sat down. He seems to be saying something. Is he conducting a lecture for the apricot trees? Shouted someone in the crowd. Upon hearing those words, the crowd swiftly noticed that the lips of the young man were moving non-stop. It was hard to tell what he was saying. It could have been a lecture, or he might just have been conversing with the apricot trees. Voila! Before they could recover from their shock, a few apricot trees suddenly lowered all of their tree branches on the ground, as if earnestly paying respect to the young man before them. They are trees that have heard Kongsha's teachings, yet they are acknowledging the young man's lecture. Everyone was stunned. These were trees that had grown to sempiternal realm consummation listening to Kongsha's lectures. They were strong enough to subdue any cultivators in the same realm as them. So, why in the world were they so obedient toward the young man? This did not make sense at all. Hong long long. At this moment, the ground suddenly quaked. Following which, the crowd saw the wilting leaves fallen on the ground standing up one after another, and they sprinted agitatedly toward the young man, as if drawn in by his teachings. Even tree leaves are able to benefit from his teachings. The crowd felt as if the boundary between reality and fantasy had been blurred. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience. Please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. It was one thing if trees were able to listen to his lecture. After all, Kongsha had imparted his teachings there for many years, so it was no wonder that the trees had gradually become sentient and gained the ability to cultivate. But those tree leaves, they were already half wilted, and they were on the verge of returning to the earth at any moment. Yet, they were still able to run over to listen to the lecture. Was this not a little too exaggerated? A thought suddenly flashed across Yang Shue's mind as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a moment. These trees have already reached sempiternal realm consummation, so why would they still shed leaves? More importantly, why would these leaves wilt?" Hearing those questions, the crowd behind was stunned. Indeed, if the tree was able to reach this level of cultivation, every single one of its branches and leaves was comparable to great sage artifacts. Be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter, the changing of the seasons would not be able to phase it at all. Perhaps the fallen leaves and their wilting might just be a natural process it follows. In other words, when spring comes, these leaves automatically return to the branches instead of growing out new ones. Yang Shui remarked deeply. Barely after he finished his words, the wilted leaves that were in the midst of listening to Zhong Xian's lecture suddenly shuddered a little. Following which, they flew atop the branches of the apricot trees, and their yellowish exterior gradually returned to their former lush green. At the same time, the apricot trees seemed to have welcomed a new spring. A youth from the 100 schools of philosophers suddenly recalled something, and he gulped in shock. Dictum of absolute truth, decree to dictate spring and autumn. This is an ability that only Kongsha possessed. Legend had it that while Kongsha was traveling around the world, he stumbled upon an old tree that had withered to death. Out of compassion, he held a lecture beneath the old tree, and not long later, the old tree was born anew. Strength and vitality returned to its trunk, fresh green leaves began sprouting on the branches, and delectable fruits grew from blossoming flowers. The old tree had ushered in its new spring. Out of awe for Kongsha's deeds, his students came up with the analogy decree to dictate spring and autumn. Could it be that the young man before them possessed such an ability as well? This isn't dictum of absolute truth. The old tree that Kongsha lectured under was already dead, whereas these apricot trees are all sempiternal realm experts. How can the two feats possibly be compared to one another? Yang Shui exclaimed through gritted teeth. The 100 schools of philosophers boasted the most complete heritage from Kongsha. Yet, it was ironic how they ended up finding themselves completely helpless in the temple of Confucius. On the other hand, the fellow was able to make astonishing moves one after another. This had left Yang Shui feeling deeply humiliated. Yang Shui, since the apricot trees and the leaves are in the midst of listening to that fellow's lesson, can't we make use of this opportunity to slip through? It not now, when else should we strike? A young man said to Yang Shui telepathically. Hesitation surfaced in Yang Shui's eyes. There was some truth to what the young man had told him. The greatest obstruction to them was those apricot trees, and their attention was focused on the young man before them. This was indeed an ideal opportunity for them to strike. Yang Shui pondered for a moment longer, but he still felt a little worried about the matter. Thus, he turned to the young man who had proposed the idea earlier and said, "You can give it a try then." The young man nodded in agreement before making his way forward. Su su su. However, before he could even get close to the apricot trees, a sharp moaning sound suddenly resonated in the air. Turning his head anxiously, he saw a huge chunk of tree leaves darting right his way. Pu. In an instant, the young man found his chest impaled by dozens of leaves, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Everything happened too quickly. Before the thought of retaliating could even formulate in his mind, he was already severely injured. Silence. No one had thought that the tree leaves would be so powerful. After witnessing the sight, no one in the area dared to step forward. Yang Shui's lips quivered in shock. For a very long time, he was unable to find any words. He had thought that it was an opportunity for them to strike, but who would have thought that the tree leaves would remain fully on guard even while they were in the midst of listening to the fellow's lecture? It seemed like they were determined not to allow anyone to get past them. A wind. The crowd was plunged into silence. Just as everyone was at a complete loss as to what to do, a light breeze suddenly whistled from the distance, and it lightly caressed their faces. However, it swiftly grew stronger and stronger, to the point that the tree leaves began rustling noisily. Soon, the earth also started to quake as well. Look! Everyone hurriedly raised their heads, and they saw that the altar nearby had started radiating a blinding light. There seemed to be a figure floating quietly in the air. Following which, a grand voice filled the air. This is the Empyrean resonance. It's finally here. Yang Shui's eyes lit up as his body trembled in agitation. This is one of the terms with layered meanings. To look at it in a simpler manner, dictate spring and autumn simply means an ability so great that even the seasons bowed down to one's might. However, spring and autumn also happens to be an era of Chinese history, and it referred to the chaotic period which Kongsha lived in. The ability to dictate spring and autumn can also mean the ability to calm the chaos and rise above all those powers and bring peace to the world. Chapter 1754 Yuan Dao lifts the altar. Zhongxian turned his head over and saw a silhouette on the towering altar conducting a lecture. His words were few, and they were extremely difficult to hear and comprehend at the start. However, as those words struck his consciousness, the doubts that he had harbored regarding cultivation seemed to suddenly clear up. It was as if he had just spent years immersed within a sea of knowledge, bringing his comprehension of cultivation to a far profounder level. This. Zhongxian's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes widened in surprise. He could vaguely sense the intentions behind those indistinct words. They were the interpretation of Heaven's Path techniques verbalized in a concise and very understandable manner, such that any cultivator could easily assimilate it into their field of knowledge. In imparting the wisdom contained within Heaven's Path techniques to others, it was clear that Kongsha had achieved a far higher level than him. It was his belief that even though his cultivation was beneath Kongsha, his ability to impart knowledge did not pale too much in comparison to the latter. However, upon hearing the words of the silhouette, he realized that they were not even standing on the same level at the very start. This is Kongsha's simple words of profound wisdom. Luo Ruoxin's voice suddenly appeared beside Zhongxian's ears. Turning around, Zhongxian realized that Luo Ruoxin had come right beside him at some point in time. Simple words of profound wisdom. Zhongxian repeated Luo Ruoxin's words with a hint of confusion in his voice. It's using the simplest words to depict the most profound logic. His ability to impart knowledge reached a level comparable to the teachings of heavens, Luo Ruoxin said. There's no denying that Kongsha is a person of great talent, perhaps even surpassing you. Zhongxian nodded in realization. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The words spoken by the silhouette were simple, but they contained the deepest understanding of the world. They brought epiphanies to their listeners, making them aware of things that they had never even considered. The blue sky, the 4 seasons, so on, and so forth. There are many phenomena that are very natural to us, and we take them for granted. It's inevitable that we think that we know them very well, but when we try to explain why it is so, we find ourselves unable to verbalize them in a manner that's convincing and credible. This was similar to the case of Heaven's Path techniques. Beneath their deceptively simplistic exterior, they contained innumerable transformations and profound logic in order to overwhelm any opponent with apparent ease. Simplifying the profound had never been an easy task, and it would continue to trouble future generations of master teachers. Yet, Kongsha actually managed to do it. Finally making sense of what was going on, Zhongxian suddenly recalled a certain matter, and he turned to the young lady beside him and asked, "How are you able to come here?" Even while he was imparting knowledge to the apricot trees, the latter would still attack whoever dared get close. How did Luo Ruoxin manage to come to his side? The phantasm left behind by Kongsha has started its lecture, and those apricot trees and leaves have gone to listen, Luo Ruoxin explained with a smile. Only at that moment did Zhongxian realize that the apricot trees, which had gathered respectfully around him a moment earlier, were already standing beneath the towering altar. They swayed ceaselessly along with the slight breeze, and it was hard to tell whether they were shaking out of agitation or twitching. Zhongxian felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. In the past, it had always been those who listened to his lecture that became uninterested in the lectures of others. But this time around, the tables had turned. Even after the long lecture that he had conducted, the apricot trees and leaves still left him for a couple of words from Kongsha. Hualala. Just as Zhongxian was feeling a little uncomfortable on the inside, the otherworldly demons and 100 schools of philosophers in the area suddenly rushed forward and sat down on the round cushions in front of the towering altar. Is this the opportunity that they have been waiting for? Zhongxian was stunned for a moment before realization struck him. Ever since they entered the apricot pavilion, the 100 schools of philosophers had opted to remain in the outer perimeters of the courtyard, refusing to step in as if they were waiting for something. From the looks of it, they had been waiting for Kongsha to begin his lecture. While the altar where Kongsha imparts his teachings from is made out of ordinary materials, years of Kongsha's lectures blessed the altar with his spirit and power, forming some kind of phantasm, Luo Ruoxin explained. Rather than saying that the silhouette on the altar is Kongsha, it would be more accurate to say that it is traces left behind of him over time. At specific times, the phantasm activates, and it begins conducting a lecture. Even though these apricot trees and leaves have listened to this lecture many times over, they are still able to gain new insights from it each time around, thus filling them with anticipation each time it happens. This is also the greatest strength of simple words of profound wisdom. Zhongxian nodded in agreement. This was also the greatest difference between Kongsha and Zhongxian's lectures. The crux of simple words of profound wisdom was not to tear down a concept into bite-sized pieces so that even a child could comprehend it. Rather, it served to deliver a profound concept in an easier-to-understand manner while still evoking deeper thoughts within one, allowing one to form one's own perspective and viewpoint. On the other hand, Zhongxian's lectures were too explicit and direct, and as a result, they lost some of their meaning. It was true that simplifying a concept would make it much more comprehensible, but if done to extremities, it would only encourage rote learning and stifle creativity. Your lessons are too detailed, and they're filled with your own interpretation of the topic, Luo Ruoxin said. Other cultivators will adopt your line of thought strictly and emulate your cultivation style, effectively creating models made out of the same mold. On the other hand, Kongsha's simple words of profound wisdom encourage cultivators to formulate their own interpretation of a topic through the knowledge that he has imparted, and through doing so, is able to nurture many different types of expert. Cultivation should not and must not be a process of emulation. If a teacher imposed their system of cultivation and ideologies upon their student, they would be robbing their student of the chance to unleash their imagination and form their own interpretation of matters. In truth, simple words were more than enough. What a student truly required was a spark to set them upon a path. Only when they were walking paths that they had selected themselves would they be more likely to reach heights that no other had ever reached. Yuan Zhongxian nodded deeply in agreement. He could not help but turn to the young lady before him with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. Despite the time that they had spent together, the young lady still remained a complete mystery to him. The more he came to know her, the more there seemed to be to her. It was as if he was swimming across a vast ocean. No matter how far he swam, the shore was nowhere in sight. Her words seemed to be casual, but often, they would point him in a direction, as if a mentor guiding a mentee quietly by the side. He knew that she would not reveal her identity even if he probed her, so he sighed deeply inwardly before asking, "Aren't you going to listen to Kongsha's lecture?" As Zhongxian cultivated the same Heaven's Path techniques as Kongsha, the lecture by the phantasm was not valuable to him. However, the same could not be said for Luo Ruoxin. This lecture is just the start. In a moment, we should be able to see some movements from Yuan Dao. If things go well, he might just be able to get something good out of this, Luo Ruoxin said. All right. Zhongxian nodded. Previously, Luo Ruoxin had said that there was a chance that this would be a fortuitous encounter for Yuan Dao, but nothing had happened so far even after Kongsha's phantasm had started on a lecture. Most likely, the main show had not started. Intrigued, Zhongxian scanned the area to look for Yuan Dao, only to see the latter walking silently toward the towering altar with a dazed look in his eyes. He has sealed his senses, so he's unable to hear Kongsha's lecture. Zhongxian was first slightly stumped by Yuan Dao's bizarre actions before widening his eyes in realization. There were so many experts there, and as soon as they heard Kongsha's voice, they immediately took their seats on the round cushions to listen obediently to the lecture. Despite that, Yuan Dao was still able to move. Most likely, this had something to do with his sealing of senses. Since he was unable to hear Kongsha's voice, it was no wonder that he had remained unaffected. Jeji. Walking up to the towering altar, Yuan Dao suddenly lowered his arms and exerted immense pressure upward. It seemed like he was trying to forcefully pry something out of the ground. This. Zhongxian was taken aback. He had been wondering what Yuan Dao was up to, but to think that he was intending to take the entire altar. This is the altar where Kongsha imparts his teachings. It has long surpassed mortality, so ordinary Zhenqi won't be able to phase it, Luo Ruoxin said. As one who possesses the Emperor bloodline, Yuan Dao boasts astonishing strength even without the augmentation of Zhenqi. There's no better candidate than him to move the altar. As long as one is able to take this altar away, through Kongsha's phantasm, one will be able to produce generations of experts with ease. Hualala. Yuan Dao's strength poured forth, and under the tremendous might propping it up, the towering altar shook non-stop. Eventually, it began to budge and rise from the ground. Chapter 1755 Strike Down the Phantasm. Wang, seeing the altar being plucked off the ground, sent the apricot trees into a rage. In an instant, branches and leaves shot forth to strike down Yuan Dao. This is bad. Zhongxian's face warped in horror. He had witnessed the prowess of the apricot trees and their leaves earlier. Even he would have sustained severe injuries if he was struck, let alone Yuan Dao, whose cultivation was far lower than his. Zhongxian wanted to dash forward to save him, only to be stopped by a tug on his wrist. Turning his head, he saw Luo Ruoxin shaking her head at him. He was deeply conflicted within, but he knew that Luo Ruoxin had her reasons for stopping him. Trusting her, he chose to suppress his worries and watch how the situation unfolded. Wang. The branches and leaves had already arrived by Yuan Dao's side at that moment. In response to their assault, a light hum echoed from Yuan Dao's body as he seemed to have activated some kind of defensive barrier. A warm glow wrapped itself around his body and materialized in the form of light armor. The armor was not too thick, but no matter how the branches and leaves struck the armor, they were unable to penetrate it. Is that the panoply of golden words of the ancient sages? Zhongxian's eyes lit up. He had heard of this before. Similar to the golden warriors of Mentor's calligraphy, the panoply of golden words was a kind of manifestation of an ancient sage's power in the form of armor that was impenetrable by anyone beneath ancient sage. It seemed like the experts from the 100 schools of philosophers had foreseen the dangers in retrieving the altar, so they had prepared such a trick in order to protect Yuan Dao. Piper. However, under the furious lashing of the apricot trees, the panoply of golden words shrouding Yuan Dao gradually faded. It was ultimately still a manifestation of energy, so it would eventually be depleted, especially when placed under furious assault. Rise. Even though Yuan Dao's six senses were sealed, which made it nigh impossible for him to perceive his surroundings, he was still somehow able to sense the aggression launched against him. With a furious roar, he pushed his strength to its very limits. Xiong xiong xiong. The emperor bloodline coursing through his body ignited, and the avatar of a for visiting. Everything happened in an instant, so those from the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe had no time to react at all. Before anyone could make a move, the phantasm was struck right into Yuan Dao's glabella. There was a brief moment of absolute silence before a huge commotion broke out in the area. What the heck are you doing? Yang Shui's goosebumps rose up from the sheer horror of what he had just seen, and he roared maniacally. The reason that they had attempted to steal the altar was to acquire the phantasm, but the young man had actually struck the phantasm into Yuan Dao's body. Overwhelming indignation and rage flooded Yang Shui's mind, and he was actually lost for a moment. It was completely ridiculous. On the other hand, Zhongxian quietly landed on the ground and returned to where he had stood earlier. However, he then saw Yuan Dao's body expanding furiously after accepting the phantasm. His plump body further swelled up into a balloon, such that it seemed as if he would rise into the air at any moment. Jeji. Jeji. In the blink of an eye, he had already become completely round. His height and width exceeded 2 meters, and he looked like a massive boulder. What is going on? Zhongxian was stunned by the changes in Yuan Dao's body. Never in his wildest dream did he think that something like this would actually happen. A longxi is a mythical beast that resembles an armored rhinoceros. https://Baidu. Com item %E9% BE% 99% E7% 8A% 8222290732. Chapter 1756 Failure. Zhongxian quickly turned to Luo Ruoxin, only to see her directing a smile of assurance toward him. It seemed like she had known that this would happen right from the start. Knowing that this was not an unexpected development, Zhongxian internally heaved a sigh of relief before looking at Yuan Dao worriedly once more. The latter's body was still continuing to bloat up. In less than a minute, his height had already shot up to 8 meters tall, and it seemed as if he would blow up at any moment. Should worst come to worst, Zhongxian was prepared to step in at any moment to save his student. This is a trial for him. If he's able to take in the phantasm, he'll be able to rise above the rest, Luo Ruoxin said telepathically. Take in the phantasm? Zhongxian was surprised to hear those words. A thought flashed through his mind, and he narrowed his eyes in shock. Do you mean that Yuan Dao is currently trying to assimilate the phantasm into his body? Zhongxian had wrapped the phantasm together with his Heaven's Path Shunqi before striking it into Yuan Dao's body. He had thought that he would only be temporarily storing the phantasm inside Yuan Dao's body, but based on what Luo Ruoxin was saying, Yuan Dao was trying to assimilate the phantasm. The phantasm was a manifestation of Kong Shi's many years of lectures. It was impossible to gauge how powerful it was in terms of energy, but the knowledge of cultivation and battle techniques that it boasted would leave anyone frenzied over it. Just the lengths that the 100 schools of philosophers had gone to in order to acquire the altar gave a good idea as to how invaluable the phantasm was. Assimilating that trove of knowledge was a far greater fortuitous encounter than even advancing one's cultivation to ancient sage. The Terra Chiline is a beast tamed by Kong Shi himself, and it serves as the crux of a portion of the Temple of Confucius. It shares a similar origin as the phantasm, thus allowing the phantasm to fuse flawlessly together with it. You have already done what you can as a teacher. As for how far he can go, that's something that he'll have to decide on his own, Luo Ruoxin remarked as she gazed at Yuan Dao calmly. Hearing those words, Zhongxian could not help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. His girlfriend sure was extraordinary. There was probably no one on the master-teacher continent would ever dream of violating a phantasm left behind by Kong Shi. Yet, his girlfriend had actually designed a ploy to allow Yuan Dao to assimilate the phantasm into his body. This was really unthinkable. Previously, he had thought that she was an expert from the 100 schools of philosophers. However, from the looks of it, that was unlikely to be the case. There was no way an offspring from the 100 schools of philosophers would treat Kong Shi's phantasm in such a manner. Spit it out right now. At the same time, Yang Shui and the others finally managed to make sense of what was happening, and their faces reddened in fury. It looked as if they would explode at any moment. They had put in great effort in order to bring the altar and phantasm over. But who would have thought that despite all their planning, the treasure would end up going into someone else's belly? Hula! Yang Shui was unable to take it anymore. He whipped out a sword and directed it toward the heart of the bloated Yuan Dao from behind. As he drove his sword forward, it produced a metallic resonance in the air, as if he was weaving his sword through the surroundings. With each movement of his sword, it seemed to gain greater strength and speed, as if the very world was augmenting his swordsmanship. Despite his young age, it seemed like he had comprehended sword quintessence, and just like Zhongxian, it seemed like he had grasped at least two of them. Humph! Witnessing Yang Shui's attack, Zhongxian's eyebrows shot up, and he harumphed coldly. He drew the dragonbone divine spear and darted in front with a swift flit, appearing behind his student in an instant. Raising his arm, he pushed the spear forward with astounding momentum. With Zhongxian's soul cultivation having reached intuitive impulse realm consummation, he was already able to stand toe-to-toe with sempiternal realm consummation cultivators without a problem. Ding 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 ding! The tip of his spear met Yang Shui's blade. In the blink of an eye, they collided with one another multiple times. A frightening shockwave rippled into the surroundings, crushing everything in its path. Even space seemed to be creaking under barrage of attacks as small dimension rifts appeared in the area. Zhongxian, do you know what you are doing? Without Kong Shi's phantasm sealing the area, the entire Temple of Confucius will lose its grounding. This space will swiftly be struck by a spacetime turbulence, and we could be permanently stuck in the rifts of spacetime, unable to return to reality. Yang Shui bellowed furiously as he launched frenzied assaults one after another. Since you know the consequences, why did you still make my student steal Kong Shi's phantasm? Completely unfazed by Yang Shui's questioning, Zhongxian replied calmly as he fended perfectly against Yang Shui's attacks. In the first place, it was the 100 schools of philosophers who concocted the entire scheme to steal the altar, but when something did not go according to their plans, they immediately pointed their fingers to him instead. Was this how the descendants of the 72 sages conducted themselves? I admit that we are the ones who first attempted to steal the phantasm, but we have other motives. Before Yang Shui could finish, an overpowering aura suddenly swept across the area. It was as if huge tidal waves were crashing around the area, interrupting the battle between the two of them. Su su su. Both Zhongxian and Yang Shui were forced to part and retreat a far distance away from one another. Zhongxian quickly drove the heaven's path Zhenqi through his body to heal his injuries before standing up to look at the very center of the overpowering aura. He saw that Yuan Dao's height had already risen beyond 10 meters, and it seemed as if he was a giant who wielded peerless strength in the world. Hula! Raising his head and howling ferociously, Yuan Dao swallowed the avatar of Longxi above his head. The next moment, his aura began to surge steadily. Aureate Body Realm Intermediate Stage. Advanced Stage. Pinnacle. Perfection. Consummation. Intuitive Impulse Realm Intermediate Stage. Advanced Stage. Pinnacle. Perfection. Consummation. Sempiternal Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Dao had already reached sempiternal realm consummation. Even so, his strength was still surging, showing no signs of halting. Is he going to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage now? Zhongxian narrowed his eyes in agitation. He did not think that this would be such a huge fortuitous encounter for his student. At this rate, Yuan Dao could very well exceed Zhao Ya and the others and reach ancient sage. The energy required to reach ancient sage is simply too great. His accumulation is too low at the moment, so it'll be hard for him to do so. Luo Ruoxin shook her head with a deep look in her eyes. Furthermore, the eon of ancient sage is required in order to push for a breakthrough, and there isn't such a thing here. Don't worry, I am here. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity for his student, there was no way that he would allow this chance to slip through his fingers. Without any hesitation, he flicked his finger and sent a jade bottle toward Yuan Dao. TZZZZ. As soon as the jade bottle came before Yuan Dao, its cap opened, and crimson droplets flowed into his mouth. Before long, tremendous energy was coursing through Yuan Dao's body, granting him the strength that he required to push for a higher realm. Blood of the ancient sages. Fortunately, he had acquired quite a few droplets of ancient sage blood after scheming against the ancient sage from the 100 schools of philosophers. This was the ideal situation to use them. At the same time, he opened the canvas of 4 seasons and allowed the eon of ancient sage to flow out into the surroundings. Catcher. With these 2 factors in place, Yuan Dao's on the verge of exploding body seemed to have finally burst through the resilient bottleneck holding him back, and his aura surged once more. His aura became so powerful that it seemed like clouds would billow and thunder would rumble at a wave of his hand. Even space did not seem to be able to restrain his might any longer. Hong Long. A cultivation ordeal appeared. Heavenly flame and lightning gushed down from the sky as if it was the end of the world. Even Yang Shui and the others, who wanted to force Yuan Dao into spitting out the phantasm, did not dare approach him. They could tell that Yuan Dao had just summoned the ancient sage ordeal, the final trial that one had to undergo in order to push for a breakthrough to a higher level of existence. Death would swiftly befall them if they approached a power of this scale. Catcher. 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 Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The relentless searing of the heavenly flame and the ceaseless tempering of the lightning bolts swiftly refined the rampaging energies within Yuan Dao's body, causing his figure to become compact once more. He returned from a height of 10 meters to his usual size. Lightning and flames appeared to crackle on the surface of his body, and it seemed like he was slowly learning how to wield these 2 frightening powers of nature. Even space seemed to cower in the face of his strength. The ancient sage blood has been fully depleted. However, very soon, Yuan Dao's growth sputtered to a stop. He was going to push through the final bottleneck that stood in between him and a true ancient sage, but the energy that he had proved to be insufficient. The amount of energy required for a breakthrough to ancient sage was simply too great. Zhongxian had harvested quite a few droplets of blood from the ancient sage of the 100 schools of philosophers earlier, but it was apparent that they were still lacking. Hoo. As the amount of energy in Yuan Dao's body swiftly depleted, the cultivation ordeal also seemed to slowly dissipate. However, it was not because Yuan Dao had cleared the ordeal but that it was abruptly terminated. In other words, his attempt to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage was a failure. A chance to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage was extremely hard to come by, such that it could be said that it happened by sheer chance. If one failed to achieve a breakthrough, it was hard to tell when an impetus to make a breakthrough would come once more. It might not even come at all. To make matters worse, the difficulty of the ancient sage ordeal the second time around would at least be 2 times harder. In other words, it was nigh impossible for a cultivator to successfully push for a breakthrough to ancient sage if they failed the first time. It was a truly lamentable situation to fail due to a lack of energy. Will his effort be wasted just like that? Zhongxian mumbled beneath his face with a livid look on his face. Chapter 1757 The Appearance of the Prime Hall. Luo Ruoxin glanced at the young man in the sky and said, "His efforts won't be wasted. Haven't you realized that Yuan Dao is intentionally suppressing his cultivation so as to not achieve a breakthrough? His intentionally suppressing his cultivation?" Zhongxian frowned in confusion. "That's right." Luo Ruoxin nodded. "It's true that it is much harder to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage on one's second attempt. For this reason, most people are determined to succeed on the first try. However, this also makes for the weakest ancient sage. A breakthrough to ancient sage can be seen as an attempt to wrestle power from the heavens so as to become an existence equaling to the heavens themselves. Those who achieve a breakthrough on the first try are able to achieve this feat as well, but at the same time, the strength that they gain from the heavens is severely limited. The very attempt to oppose the heavens is a good opportunity to temper one's power and refine one's use of energy. Subsequent attempts to overcome the ancient sage ordeal do become much harder, but if one can pull through, it makes the future progression of one's cultivation much easier. Is it similar to Kongsha's superior breakthrough method to Great Sage? Is it some form of trial as well? Zhong Xian asked. There was the Saint Ascension decipher to achieve a breakthrough to sainthood, as well as a superior breakthrough method to reaching Great Sage. They were much harder ways to push for a breakthrough, but those who succeed would attain power far greater than their peers. Could there be something similar for Ancient Sage as well? Luo Ruoxin placed her hand behind her back as she looked into the distance with deep eyes. You could put it that way. Pushing for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage is similar to having a huge tidal wave washing away the sand within one's body. The more times one confronts the Ancient Sage ordeal, the finer and more condensed one's zhenqi will become. During his breakthrough, Kongsha held himself back 3 times when he was on the verge of breakthrough to Ancient Sage, and it was only on the 4th time that he finally succeeded. That was also how he managed to rise as the world's teacher, becoming an existence that rivaled the world. Even though it might seem like Yuan Dao has failed to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, his physical body has successfully assimilated the power of the Ancient Sage blood. In other words, he already possesses the body of an Ancient Sage. While he isn't a true Ancient Sage yet, the power that he wields is already sufficient to deal with nascent Ancient Sages. Zhong Xian was taken aback. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. It was already plenty impressive that Yuan Dao wielded strength comparable to nascent Ancient Sages despite still being at sempiternal realm consummation. Yet, Kongsha had actually held himself back 3 times before finally pushing for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. If so, how powerful could he have been? There was no cultivator in the world who did not desire to surpass their limits and become an existence that towered above the heavens. Yet, Kongsha had been able to overcome such temptation and calmly temper himself before finally surpassing his limits. From that, it could be seen that his mental resilience was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he had led mankind to prosperity. Even though Zhong Xian did not harbor the reverence that those of the master-teacher continent had toward Kongsha, he had to say that he was filled with respect for the latter. Zhong Xian suddenly froze on the spot. Wait a moment, there shouldn't be too many people who knew about this secret, right? Why would Yuan Dao do it? It was likely that not even Yangsha nor Sword Saint Xing and the others were aware of this fact. Knowing that Luo Ruoxin likely originated from some incredible power, it was not too surprising for her to be aware of all this. However, Yuan Dao had followed him from the Tianxian kingdom, so how did he know it as well? The temptation to reach Ancient Sage was incredible. If one did not have such knowledge in advance, it was unlikely that one would take a gamble and forsake what could be said to have been their only chance to achieve a breakthrough. He has assimilated Kongsha's phantasm, so his understanding of cultivation probably surpasses even the 72 sages at this point, Luo Ruoxin explained. It's just that assimilating the phantasm makes one very susceptible to being influenced by Kongsha, and that would be extremely disadvantageous to your growth. Otherwise, I would have had you assimilate the phantasm instead. Hearing those words, Zhong Xian could not help but shake his head bitterly. Disadvantageous to my growth? He had known that if he could make a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, there was hardly anyone in the world who would have been able to pose a threat to him. By then, what would he have to worry about growth? You are a celestial master teacher as well, and you are destined to walk a different route from Kongsha. If you attempt to walk his route, all you will become is another one of the 72 sages. You would never be able to surpass him, Luo Ruoxin said calmly. Zhong Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. To surpass the predecessors, one had to first denounce their path. If all one could do was emulate the actions of the predecessors, it would only eventually lead to stagnation. For example, each of the 72 sages were astoundingly talented individuals who achieved great things in their time. While it could be said that it was Kongsha who brought them to their eventual heights, ironically, it was very likely that Kongsha was their limitation as well. They had been so confined within Kongsha's heritage that they were unable to truly surpass themselves and discover their own paths. In fact, This could also be why the 100 schools of philosophers was unable to surpass their founders. At the same time, to cast away one's heritage and attempt to search for one's own path could be considered an act of lunacy. It was a heritage that guaranteed a path to greatness, and casting it aside could condemn one to a life of mediocrity. Ultimately, surpassing one's predecessors was an act easier said than done. To tread on a path that was bound to greatness or to cast everything aside to struggle for an incredibly slim chance of overcoming one's limitations. There was no right or wrong answer to this question, and this was a choice that one would have to make by oneself. Catcher, catcher, catcher. As Zhongxian was deep in thought, a brilliant ray of light suddenly rose from the altar ahead of him, soaring right into the heavens. Following which, he saw another 5 rays of light converging from the distance as well. The tremendous energy pierced through the deep blue sky, and a pitch-black dimension rift slowly expanded from the point of convergence of the 6 rays. Beyond the pitch-black dimension rift, the silhouette of a humongous palace came into sight. This is the Prime Hall. The Prime Hall of the Temple of Confucius has finally surfaced. Ren Qingyuan exclaimed in agitation. So far, the crowd had only explored the 6 subordinate halls, but none of them had found the Prime Hall. However, with all 6 subordinate halls activated, the energies that they released destroyed the final seal on the Temple of Confucius, causing the Prime Hall to appear. The legendary artifact that was said to be able to dictate the fate of the master-teacher continent lay within the humongous palace right before them, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Let's head over. Yang Shui took a look at the Prime Hall in the sky before turning to glance at Yuan Dao and Zhongxian. Even though he was deeply reluctant, he knew that there was nothing that he could do anymore. Thus, he beckoned the crowd from the 100 schools of philosophers over before dashing toward the dimension rift. The otherworldly demons also quickly made their way toward the dimension rift. Seeing that Ren Shi and the others were trembling in excitement, Zhongxian said with a smile, "You go on ahead." He knew that there was still some time before the entrance of the Prime Hall would be opened, so he was in no hurry to head over. Instead, he turned his attention to Yuan Dao. At this point in time, his student had already reinforced his cultivation, and the ancient sage ordeal had fully retreated as well. Teacher. Opening his eyes, Yuan Dao felt the strength coursing through his body, and he could not help but tremble in agitation. He swiftly walked up to his teacher and kneeled before him. His 6 senses had initially been sealed, but the seal had broken as soon as he took the phantasm into his body. He knew that it was all thanks to his teacher's help that he possessed his current strength. Yuan. Zhongxian nodded in satisfaction. This was truly a huge fortuitous encounter for Yuan Dao. To assimilate Kong Shi's phantasm and push for multiple breakthroughs all at once, he had surpassed Yuan Dao, Wei Ruyan, and even Zhongxian in a single shot. Even though you possess the physical body of an ancient sage, your state of mind and soul are still slightly lacking. I have a cultivation technique and body fruit over here that will do you much good, Zhongxian said as he passed the body fruit over. While Yuan Dao had inherited Kong Shi's phantasm, he still had to temper his state of mind a step at a time. Yes. Taking the body fruit, Yuan Dao quickly swallowed it, and the next moment, he could feel his state of mind swiftly reinforcing itself. Had it been Zhao Ya or Wei Ruyan, they would still have had to make some preparations and condition their bodies before consuming the body fruit. However, possessing the body of an ancient sage, Yuan Dao did not have such concerns. Hu. After dealing with Yuan Dao, Zhongxian brought Zhao Ya, Wei Ruyan, Luo Chichi, and the others out from his myriad anthive nest. The Prime Hall has opened. Do you want to follow me to search for more fortuitous encounters or continue cultivating here? This was the first time that the Prime Hall of the Temple of Confucius had opened in dozens of millennia, and it was likely filled with both risks and opportunities. Even though he was their teacher, he felt that he should entrust the choice to them. I wish to enter the Prime Hall to take a look, Zhao Ya said firmly. Me too. The other 2 replied in unison. Meanwhile, Luo Ruoxin shot a glance over when she saw Luo Chichi coming out of Zhongxian's myriad anthive nest, and an inconspicuous frown crept onto her forehead. However, she chose not to say a word. Chapter 1758. Ancient Sage Yang Qing. Noting the slight frown on the young lady's face, Zhongshen's eyebrows shot up in realization. He quickly rushed over and frantically explained, "I met her earlier in the Hall of Lull, so I brought her and Wei Ruyan out together. Let's go." However, completely nonchalant to Zhongshen's explanation, Luo Ruoxin took the lead and headed to the Prime Hall first. Bewildered by Luo Ruoxin's reaction, Zhongshen quickly followed behind her. The exterior of the Prime Hall was much grander than that of the subordinate halls. At that moment, the massive square in front of the Prime Hall was already completely filled with people. Most of the experts who had been trapped in certain dimensions for one reason or another had made their way there, thus forming a crowd that numbered several thousand. Even if they were unable to enter the Prime Hall, it would not have been a waste of a trip if they got to witness the mystical abilities of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. "Master, I have already regained my memories. The 6 subordinate halls have to be opened in order for the gateway to the Prime Hall to surface." Little Amulet's voice sounded in Zhongshen's mind. "I can get you in, but not now. The Prime Hall has yet to fully open." "I see." Seeing that the useless amulet had only managed to regain its memory after everything was in place, Zhongshen shook his head helplessly. He walked up to Luo Ruoxin, and upon seeing that the latter's face was still as cold as ice, he shuddered a little as he tried to explain the situation. That's really not it. We only met by coincidence." Luo Ruoxin turned to look at Zhongshen, but just as she was about to speak, an excited voice sounded by the side. "Zhongshe, I knew that you would be here." Following which, a figure excitedly rushed up to him. "Feia, you're here as well." Luo Chichi's eyes lit up as she quickly walked toward the approaching figure. It was none other than her good friend, the princess of the Huanyu Empire, Yu Feia. Spotting Luo Chichi as well, Yu Feia gave her a warm hug and said in gratitude, "I already know that Ji Laosha took me in as his student because of you." She was only a small princess of the Huanyu Empire. To be able to catch the eye of Elder Ji Ruochen of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and even be accepted as her direct disciple, it went without saying that her good friend, the little princess of the Luo clan, had played a part in that. Otherwise, even if she was truly talented, there was no way that she would have been able to catch the eye of the upper echelons of the Master Teacher continent from where she was. "There's no need to stand on ceremony," Luo Chichi replied with a smile. They swiftly caught up with one another before Yu Feia turned to look at Zhongshen with a smile. Her voice sounded firm and resolute as usual, but there was a hint of conflict that one could sense from her tone. "Zhongshe, it has been quite a while since we last met." She harbored some feelings for the young man before her, but she had already heard of what happened with Luo Chichi, and that made her acutely aware that the two of them did not have a future together. She felt indignant, and she was reluctant to accept the truth as well. However, she was a prideful person, and she was not one to demean herself and cling to someone. Thus, she chose to put on a bright smile and greet the young man like normal. "Yeah, it has been a while." Zhongshen scratched his head as he turned to Luo Ruoxin awkwardly. "Look, it really is a coincidence." Luo Ruoxin shot a glance at the young man before her, who was flustered from trying to explain himself but was unable to find the proper words to do so, and her lips curled up slightly. Without saying anything, she continued looking ahead. Unknowingly, the square in front of the Prime Hall was already divided into 4 clear factions. The Master Teacher Pavilion and the major clans of the Master Teacher continent formed one faction, the 100 School of Philosophers formed one faction, the otherworldly demons formed one faction, and those of the Beast tribe formed the final faction. The members of each faction were grouped close together, eyeing those of the other factions warily. Zhongshen closed his eyes and carefully perceived the surroundings. It was vague, but he could certainly feel numerous powerful auras hidden in the surroundings. Most likely, the reason that a delicate peace could be constructed between the 4 powers was due to the ancient sages restraining one another. Senior. Zhongshen was just about to consider if he should slice an ancient sage or 2 to procure some fresh blood when he heard a call not too far away. Turning his head, he saw Yangsha flying over with a smile on his face. "You have achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage." Zhongshen was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up in agitation. The aura coming from the elder before him was as vague as ever, making it hard for one to gauge the depth of it. At first glance, it seemed like the other party was only slightly above him, but when he attempted to take a closer look, he realized that he was gazing into a boundless ocean. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like there was no end to his strength. Without a doubt, it was apparent that this junior of his had stumbled upon some kind of fortuitous encounter, thus becoming the first cultivator to have successfully reached Ancient Sage. "I had good luck," Yangsha remarked with a light smile. "There's no such thing as luck in cultivation," Zhongshen replied. Yangsha had long reached sempiternal realm consummation, and the reason that he had been traveling around the world was to find the Aeon of Ancient Sage, the final impetus required for him to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. It was due to his previous accumulation that he had been able to grasp the opportunity when it finally knocked on his door. "Everyone!" A crisp, clear voice suddenly echoed in the air. The crowd quickly turned their heads over and saw an elderly man standing in the air in front of the Prime Hall. "It's an ancient sage from the 100 Schools of Philosophers." The elderly man was wearing clothes identical to the 100 Schools of Philosophers, so there was no question of which faction he belonged to. "Since the Prime Hall has appeared, I don't see any reason for us to continue hiding in the shadows. Come out," the elderly man said lightly, but his voice reverberated through the area. "Indeed, there's no need for us to continue hiding. It's clear that we all have the same goal. Since the Prime Hall has finally surfaced, there's no reason for us to continue lurking in the shadows. Let's come out then." Boom. As these voices sounded one after another, numerous figures swiftly appeared in the sky above the square. The number averaged out to around 6 to 7 ancient sages for each faction. "There are so many ancient sages here." Zhongshen's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. His initial estimation was that there would be around 5 to 10 ancient sages in the Temple of Confucius, but in an instant, the area was already filled with 20 people. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The person whom he had injured previously was standing among the 100 Schools of Philosophers' ancient sages. While other cultivators could have gone there in seek of other fortuitous encounters, the aim of the present ancient sages was clear: the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Previously, when the subordinate halls were beginning to open, they had chosen to hide in the background in order to protect their descendants from others, as well as to avoid unnecessary conflicts with other factions. However, the opening of the Prime Hall signified that they were swiftly approaching the finish line. At such a point in time, there was no point in them hiding anymore. It was time for them to lay out their cards. Having been through the 6 subordinate halls, I believe that we have gained a rough idea of how the Temple of Confucius works. The Prime Hall has indeed surfaced, but its entrance is still shut tight. There's another important process that we have to do in order to open it once and for all, the elderly man said. An otherworldly demon ancient sage harumphed. "Ancient sage Yang Qing, you are already the strongest one of us here. Stop beating about the bush and cut to the chase. What do you expect us to do?" "Ancient sage Yang Qing? Is he a descendant of ancient sage Zi Yuan?" Zhongshen frowned. Ancient sage Zi Yuan was the leader of the 72 sages, the first senior of Kong Shi's direct disciples. Yang Shui seemed to be his descendant, and it was very likely that Yang Qing was Yang Shui's predecessor. "Junior, do you recognize that ancient sage Yang Qing?" asked Zhongshen in a telepathic message to Yang Shui. "I don't know him. While our master-teacher pavilion shares the same origin as the 100 Schools of Philosophers, we rarely come into contact with one another," Yang Shui, who had joined the master-teacher pavilion's group of ancient sages, replied telepathically. "You don't recognize him, but those of the otherworldly demonic tribe are able to refer to him by his name so confidently." Zhongshen frowned. From what he knew, the ancient sages from the 100 Schools of Philosophers had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, such that even the master-teacher pavilion headquarters were not sure about the current situation within the 100 Schools of Philosophers. Yet, for an otherworldly demon to be able to address the other party directly and even remark that the other party was the strongest of them all, He could not help but recall the uncanny interactions that he had spotted between the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe. I'll just make things clear. Since we are all here, I expect to get a share as well. So far, our beast tribe hasn't managed to obtain anything from the subordinate halls. If you wish to leave us behind, I can only say that you should be prepared to face our wrath, a massive beast from the beast tribe uttered coldly. This beast had also reached ancient sage, and the space around him seemed to be oddly firm. White Overlord, please calm down. The reason that I had everyone come out is to discuss the allocation of the slots for entry into the Prime Hall. As for what kind of fortuitous encounters those who enter will find within, that will depend on their own skills and luck. Ancient sage Yang Qing said with a smile. Zi Yuan, real name Yang Hui, was Confucius' most favored disciple. He's one of the most revered figures in Confucianism, such that his figure can be seen in Confucian temples. Chapter 1759 White Overlord. Alright, I'll listen to you what you have to say. However, I'll make things clear first. We of the Beast Tribe want at least 2 slots. If you can't satisfy our demand, you can be assured that we'll lay waste to everything here. The beast known as the White Overlord sneered coldly. The original body of the beast was a white fox that spanned a length of 10 meters. Even without exerting any strength, its very presence seemed to send shudders through space. If it really went berserk, it was likely that it could bring massive devastation upon at least half of the crowd in the square. To ask for 2 slots right from the start, don't you think you are being a little too greedy? A middle-aged man floating above the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters sneered back. So what? The White Overlord turned to look at the middle-aged man, and a malicious air burst forth from it, jolting onlookers' souls. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was exceptionally skilled in soul offense. Try it then. Let's see if the sword in my hand agrees with that. If I recall correctly, a predecessor of our Zhong clan, Zhong Yu, single-handedly subdued 9 of your ancient sages with his sword 20 millennia ago. The middle-aged man scoffed. Let's see if I can achieve what he did today. Zhong clan? So, he's the ancient sage of our Zhong clan. Zhong Xian's eyebrows shot up. Even though the ancient sage of the Zhong clan had helped him previously while they were outside the Hall of Great Accomplishment, he had not met the other party in person. He knew that the other party was a very forthright person, but who would have thought that he would actually be able to stand on equal ground with the strongest ancient sage of the Beast tribe? Taking a closer look at the middle-aged man, he saw that the other party was dressed in a green robe, and he had eyebrows shaped like crescent blades. Other than a sword hanging by his waist, there were no ornaments to him. Yet, despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, he wielded strength that no one would dare to snub. He's the last ancient sage of the Zhong clan, Zhong Hongtian. A man of great talent, he achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage at a very young age. At the same time, he has a carefree and righteous personality. He abhors evil to an extreme extent, such that he will never hesitate to stand up in the face of injustice. He was still very young when the eon of ancient sage first began fading from the world, and he should have been able to spend his youth happily and without much worry. However, he still made the choice to hibernate so that he would be able to protect mankind for as long as he could. Yang Shi sent a telepathic message to Zhong Xian, explaining the background of the ancient sage of the Zhong clan. Rumor had it that the ancient sage had only been in his early 500s when he achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage. That was the age when most cultivators in the upper echelon started to settle down and make their own families, enjoying the prime of their lives. Yet, he unhesitatingly chose to bid farewell to his loved ones in order to go into hibernation. Find authorized novels in WebNovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. There was no way such a decision could have been easy for him to make. Without a doubt, he was someone worthy of respect. Not expecting Zhong Hongtian to snub it entirely, the White Overlord turned its massive fox head and harumphed. I admit that your peerless sword is formidable, but it won't be easy for you to kill me. And as long as you fail to kill me, you can be certain that I'll hunt down every single member of your Zhong clan. I sure do want to see how many of your descendants you will be able to protect. Ha ha ha. Sure, be my guest. If I recall correctly, there are quite a few communities of white foxes around, and you have a fair number of descendants as well. Touch a single offspring of my Zhong clan, and I'll slay 10 of your foxes. Kill 10 offspring of my Zhong clan, and I'll massacre your entire race. Zhong Hongtian scoffed with his back straightened. You lunatic. You dare. The white overlord roared with its teeth gritted tightly together. Try me then. I, Zhong Hongtian, have never feared doing anything ever since I started cultivating. Try asking that lot. Zhong Hongtian spat calmly as he tilted his head toward the otherworldly demon ancient sages. Humph. The otherworldly demon ancient sage who had spoken earlier harumphed coldly in displeasure. That's probably old geezer you. Zhong Xian was able to vaguely recognize the other party from that harumph. He had already found the other party's voice familiar with they were dealing with ancient sage Yang Qing, but it was only upon hearing Zhong Hongtian's words that he finally put the two together. It was the otherworldly demon ancient sage that he had encountered in front of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. There's indeed nothing that you dare not do. I seem to recall that a large bunch of the White Overlord's descendants were tamed by an offspring of your Zhong clan a while ago, back at the Apricot Pavilion. Old geezer, you said with a cold sneer. Tame? What did you just say? The White Overlord was visibly stunned for a moment before it growled menacingly. Clearly, it was still unaware of this matter. If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. Are the offspring that you dispatched to the Apricot Pavilion still with you? Are you still able to communicate with them? Old geezer, you replied calmly as he glanced at Zhong Xian with a sinister smile. The last time that human lad schemed against him, he had suffered a deep laceration. Since he had an opportunity to return the favor, it went without saying that he had no intention of allowing it to go to waste. The White Overlord glared at old geezer Yu before turning around to relay commands to one of the ancient sage beasts behind it. A moment later, the ancient sage beast whispered something to the White Overlord's ear, and the latter's face immediately darkened as it turned its gaze in Zhong Xian's direction. Its eyes glowed like an inferno that would burn down anything in sight. How did I end up getting implicated here? Zhong Xian was rendered speechless. He was an insignificant Aureate body realm cultivator among the cluster of ancient sages, so why in the world did they pull him into this conflict? Noticing the malicious intentions in the White Overlord's eyes, Zhong Hongtian suddenly recalled what had happened outside the Hall of Great Accomplishment, and he could not help but turn around and ask, "Did you tame its descendants?" The beasts that Zhong Xian had tamed outside the Hall of Great Accomplishment had not been all that strong, and they were not the White Overlord's descendants. However, those who had entered the Apricot Pavilion were very different. Anyone who had investigated the Temple of Confucius in advance would understand the importance of the Apricot Pavilion. Those who had been selected to enter it were the top-notch talents from each power. Could it be that his descendant was able to tame even proud geniuses like that? Those are its descendants. I didn't know. Earlier, when I went into the Apricot Pavilion, I saw a bunch of beasts getting pummeled by the apricot trees. Seeing that they were on the verge of death, I quickly dived in to save them. Out of gratitude to me, they ended up submitting to me. However, I don't recall there being any white foxes among the group. Zhong Xian said. The truth behind the submission of the beasts was due to his beast pummeling taming method, but of course, it was not a convenient moment to mention something as controversial as that. They submitted to you out of gratitude? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhong Hongtian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You did great. As an ancient sage, he could tell that Zhong Xian was lying with just a single glance. The reason that he burst into laughter was because he suddenly recalled how haughty the White Overlord had been a moment ago, only to find out that its descendants had submitted to his the next instant. This was such a timely face slap that words could not begin to describe how exhilarating it was to him. Amid his laughter, Zhong Hongtian said, White Overlord, since your descendants have already submitted to my descendants, why don't I give you a chance to submit to me as well? As long as you become my tamed beast, I'm more than willing to give you 2 slots. You're courting death. Hearing those words of ridicule, the White Overlord was unable to hold himself back anymore. With a furious roar, He leaped forward to tear Zhong Hongtian apart. A pitch-black claw imprint sliced across space, tearing dimension rifts open. It was apparent that the White Overlord was extremely strong, even among the ancient sages. I could be courting death, but there's no way in hell will I ever die by your wretched hands. Paying no heed to the rage of the White Overlord, Zhong Hongtian chuckled softly as he drew his sword and drove it forward. Woo! The whistling sword clashed together with the White Overlord's claws. Boom, boom, boom! A huge, spherical dimension rift was produced as a result of the collision. The White Overlord was forced to take a step back, but it immediately prepared itself to charge forth once more to launch a follow-up attack. However, at that moment, ancient sage Yang Qing suddenly stepped forward and stood in between the two of them. With a wave of his hand, he produced a barrier reminiscent of a cloth that prevented the two from getting close to one another. Enough! The urgent matter at hand is entering the Prime Hall, not fighting with one another. If you really wish to settle the scores between the two of you, I won't stop you once this matter is over. However, for the time being, I'll have to ask you to take a step back, ancient sage Yang Qing remarked calmly. Chapter 1760 I have many cruxes. Zhong Hongtian gave it a try, but he realized that the cloth-like barrier before him was frighteningly resilient. He immediately realized that the prowess of ancient sage Yang Qing was far above his, so with a cold harumph, he turned around and said, "Since ancient sage Yang Qing has spoken up, I'll spare you for the time being." He flicked his wrist to return his sword back to his waist before regrouping with those from the Master-Teacher Pavilion, standing quietly on the spot. It was as if he was completely unaffected by the conflict that had just occurred. At the same time, it seemed as if the White Overlord knew that it was not a match for Zhong Hongtian or ancient sage Yang Qing, so it whipped its tail back and quietly returned to its group, not daring to utter a word of complaint. Find authorized novels in webnovel faster updates. Better experience please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Given that the Prime Hall of the Temple of Confucius hasn't even opened yet, it's unwise for you to leap at one another to tear each other apart. Seeing that the two of them had finally calmed down, ancient sage Yang Qing retracted his palm and smiled. Turning to the crowd, he said, moving back to the topic at hand, since everyone knows how the Prime Hall is opened, let's discuss how we should allocate the slots to entering the Prime Hall. Hearing that the other party was raising the matter regarding the allocation of slots once more, Zhong Hongtian said with a frown, "I'm sure that you already have your own ideas. Feel free to state your suggestion. If we find it appropriate, there's no reason for us not to agree with it. Indeed, I do have some thoughts in mind," ancient sage Yang Qing admitted with a smile. Having cleared the 6 subordinate halls, we know that even if the Prime Hall opens, we'll also have to bypass the seal that Kongsha has personally left on it. Without the corresponding celestial amulet of legacy, there's no way that we will be able to enter. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had tested the 6 subordinate halls, and there was indeed no way of bypassing the barrier without the corresponding celestial amulet of legacy or unique constitution. This was especially with regards to ancient sages. If they attempted to forcefully tear down the barrier, they would only end up suffering a severe backlash. There was no doubt that ancient sages were extremely powerful, but Kongsha was a man known as the world's teacher. There was no way an ancient domain left behind by him could be breached through forceful means, even by ancient sages. To enter the Prime Hall, we'll need the Prime Amulet. All in all, the Prime Amulet can bring a total of 15 people into the Prime Hall, ancient sage Yang Qing said. Some discussions broke out amid the crowd shortly after. They were starting to plan their next moves. The White Overlord harumphed coldly. "We don't even know where the Prime Amulet is at the moment. If it's not in our hands, won't we be forced to watch in futility while others harvest the treasures in the Prime Hall for themselves?" It was pretty much common knowledge who was in possession of the 6 celestial amulets of legacy at this point in time, but the Prime Amulet had yet to make its appearance. Most people thought that the reason that Zhong Xian had been able to enter the subordinate halls without any problem was because he was in possession of the blood essence of his students. After all, the subordinate halls that he had entered were indeed the ones that corresponded to the unique constitutions of his students. Furthermore, There was a widespread misconception that the Prime Amulet only granted one entry into the Prime Hall. No one, including the 100 schools of philosophers, was aware that it granted passage into the subordinate halls as well. The reason I said such words is because I know where the Prime Amulet is. With a light chuckle, ancient sage Yang Qing's eyebrows shot up proudly. To be honest with you all, the Prime Amulet is currently in my hand. Right after saying those words, an amulet materialized right before him. He flicked it lightly, and an imposing air of authority suffused the area. That's the Prime Amulet. What a formidable aura. It's clearly much stronger than the other subordinate amulet. We'll be able to enter the Prime Hall with that. A commotion broke out in the square as everyone turned to look at the amulet in the sky with a heated gaze. That was the entrance ticket into the Prime Hall right in front of them. If they could acquire it, they would only be a single step away from the ultimate treasure of the master-teacher continent. That is. While the crowd was staring intently at the imposing amulet in the air, Zhongxian frowned slightly before shaking his head speechlessly. He recognized the amulet in ancient sage Yang Qing's hands. It was the one that he had fought Yang Shui over at the White Creek Mountain. In other words, the Prime Amulet in the other party's hand was a fake. Despite being an ancient sage, is he really unable to tell that the Prime Amulet in his hands is a fake? Zhongxian wondered doubtfully. Ancient sage Yang Qing was an individual who boasted strength even greater than Zhong Hongtian. Yet, he was unable to discern the authenticity of the amulet that he had in his possession. Noticing Zhongxian's doubts, Luo Ruoxin sent a telepathic message over to explain. The Prime Amulet was personally forged by Kongsha, and not even the 72 sages saw its true form. Even I was unable to see through it when I first laid eyes on it, so how could he possibly be able to discern its authenticity? So far, it seemed like Yang Shui and the others still thought that they had taken the real Prime Amulet, which meant that the only ones who knew that the Prime Amulet was a fake were Zhongxian, Luo Ruoxin, and Wu Chen. You're right. Zhongxian nodded in agreement as his lips crept upward. This will be interesting. Even though their Prime Amulets are fake, they are still making conditions. Let's see what they can come up with. The crowd had no choice but to follow the arrangements made by ancient sage Yang Qing because they thought that the Prime Amulet was in his hands. However, once the crowd realized that his Prime Amulet was actually a fake, there would surely be a huge uproar. In an instant, the 100 schools of philosophers would draw the ire of everyone present in the square. Zhongxian could not help but wonder how they would salvage the situation later on. But other than that, there was also one thing that piqued Zhongxian's curiosity. If the 100 schools of philosophers truly thought that they had claimed the real Prime Amulet, why did they declare their possession of it and even offer to share the slots with other powers? Were they not simply asking for trouble? The Prime Amulet is the key to entering the Prime Amulet, so I believe that none of you will have any qualms with us taking away a third of the slots on the grounds that we are in possession of it, right? Ancient sage Yang Qing stowed the amulet back into his storage ring before turning to address the crowd. I have no objections to that. Old geezer Yu was the first one to voice his approval. We are fine with it as well. Sounds rational to me. The others hesitated for a moment before expressing their agreement as well. Without the Prime Amulet, even if the Prime Hall opened, they would only be able to watch helplessly from the outside. It could be said to be a very fair arrangement for the 100 school philosophers to only take away a third of the total slots. Seeing that he had everyone's agreement, ancient sage Yang Qing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly before continuing. Since our 100 schools of philosophers have taken away 5 slots, we'll first distribute a slot each to the 4 powers respectively as a token of goodwill so as to prevent any unnecessary conflict. It should be fine, right? I have no issues with that, the White Overlord replied. Considering how the Beast Tribe had obtained nothing so far, it would take anything that it could get. The experts of the Master-Teacher Pavilion also glanced at one another and hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. They were not in a good position to negotiate either, so they could only make do as well. 9 out of the 15 slots of the Prime Amulet have been taken up so far. How do you intend to distribute the remaining 6 slots? Old geezer Yu asked. It's very simple. As if expecting such a question, Ancient sage Yang Qing chuckled softly before replying. We will have to open the entrance of the Prime Hall in order to enter its premises, and in order to do so, we'll need the cruxes of the 6 outer dimensions. Each of these 6 cruxes will correspond to a slot. Whoever is in possession of a crux will be given a slot. I believe that none of you will have any qualms with such an arrangement, right? I guess it's fair. If we wish to enter the Prime Hall, we'll have to open it first. It's only right to reward those who have aided in the opening of the Prime Hall, so they are indeed entitled to a slot each. The ancient sages nodded in agreement. In this negotiation, the only ones who had a voice were the ancient sages. Great sage cultivators had no say in the matter at all. A crux corresponds to a slot each. Zhongxian was taken aback. He scratched his head blankly as he pondered. I seem to have quite a few cruxes with me at the moment. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.